Hi, Isha. You made it. Hey.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the May 4th general meeting of the Bellevue School Board of Directors. We'll start with roll call. I'm Francine Wiest.
Carolyn Watson. Christine Chu.
Erica Malie.
Seema Serafan.
Thank you. And now I'd like to invite our student who's joining us today, Isha Bayana, who's an 8th grader at Highland Middle School, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Isha, are you able to lead us in the pledge?
Hi, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I apologize so bad. It's just my computer needed a restart really quick. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And then could you lead us in the land acknowledgement as well?
Yes. We acknowledge, honor, and respect that our board community of Bellevue School District students, families, educators, and staff live and learn on the traditional indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples. We thank the caretakers of this land who have lived here and continue to do so since time immemorial.
Thank you. And I'd like to turn to item 1.4, which is our other acknowledgements. We have many again this month. I'd like to acknowledge Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Mental Health Awareness Month. It's also, this week is National Physical Education and Sport Week. It will be School Lunch Hero Day, National School Nurse Days on May 12th, and Memorial Day is on May 31st. And then what I'd really like to call out in particular is that this week and today especially, Teacher Appreciation Week, Teacher Appreciation Day, and a national day. And we know that without our educators, they are central to being able to serve our students. So in some nonprofits, we talk about no margin, no mission. Here, certainly, in order to achieve our mission, we rely so heavily on our educators. I know that in some of the schools, we also call it Staff Appreciation Week, so really extending that. We know that we are one ecosystem that are intertwined. Our educators are able to do what they do with a lot of support from the staff in the buildings. I know traditionally there are many flowers and all sorts of treats that are happening this week. I think there has been an effort to do that, but regardless, for those material items, I would like to express my profound thanks and gratitude for having teachers work as hard as they do to really support and provide our students the social emotional supports they need, the academic supports they need, for them to be able to reach their goals and achieve the success as they define it for all our students. And I see some nods from the board. I don't know if anyone else wants to say anything, or just, you can't see our nods necessarily for those streaming in, but they're all nodding and everyone's just smiling. Dr. Chi, you want to say something?
Yeah, I do. I want to say two things. First of all, I do want to pause for a second, in addition to the educator appreciation, the fact that it is National School Nurse Day on May 12th. I just want to take a moment. This year is unlike any other in terms of our need for our nurses, and what they have had to pull together and support us in has been phenomenal. And I would just like to give a shout out to Carrie Lang, the head of our nursing department, and all of her team for the work that they've done in allowing us to operate in person and take care of our students and staff and community in the ways that they have. And the second thing I want to just say is, as Director Wiest mentioned, we could not do any of what we do without our educators and our teachers. And this year, again, has been unlike any other. And their creativity, their compassion, their dedication, their love of students has been important and has been a lifeline for many of our students in getting them through this. And I deeply appreciate the work of our teachers and all our educators in this system. And I believe that it is with them that we will build for a successful next year where we are all back together again in a more intense and in a way that will be sort of like before, but really like it has never been. And I look forward to doing that work together with our educators and all of our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Malif.
Yeah, this is Director Malif. I just wanted to add, we've received a number of emails over the past really couple weeks with comments from educators, anonymized, I can't say that word, but some of the recent ones have really been full of joy from our educators at seeing their students re-engage in learning in virtual and in hybrid in different ways. And I think that those comments really reflect, the love that our educators have for our students and really shows the depth of commitment that they have to our kids. And I just want to say thank you for that.
Thanks. Director Seraphin.
So I not to belabor and repeat, but I would only just add on that I thank our teachers, all of our educators, and even though it is Teacher Appreciation Week, I would just say it does take so many people, including our administrators, our nutrition workers, our bus drivers, and I think what we all have to just remember, which I think teachers remember every day, is this is about students. And as long as we all unite around what is right for students, we will come out at the right place. So I thank them, and I thank them for remembering that it's students who drive our mission. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I will say thank you to the teachers, and very much I miss you because I used to really enjoy going in and volunteering in the classroom. And so I hope to get back to that soon, and I hope to show my appreciation through things that I do for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Watson. All right, so that brings us to
Dr.
Yes.
Reese, I do have a statement from Dr. Duran.
Oh, yes.
Please.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you for educator appreciation, and I'll just read his statement. We are looking ahead and planning for in-person learning this fall and providing virtual options to ensure our students have a clear path to learning based on their needs. This cannot be done without support from the entire BSD community, and especially from our families, educators, and school leaders. It takes all of us together as a collective and in partnership to ensure BSD's mission of serving every student academically, socially, and emotionally is met. We have all experienced an unparalleled year that unfortunately didn't come with instructions. It will be our commitment to seeing the difficult planning and aspects of our work through this year, looking ahead to further strengthen partnerships and communication with each other. We will continue to make progress because of those who positively contribute to our planning, centering the needs of our students first. And as we continue to look ahead, there are great possibilities because of your positive input and cooperation. Our BSD principals, educators, and school nurses embody the spirit I am describing. I recognize National School Principals Day, May 1st. On this National Teachers Appreciation Week, I acknowledge the tremendous efforts of teachers who build community and connection among our students, and likewise to our school nurses on National School Nurses Day, May 12th. Our strength as an education community depends on your hard work and commitment to our health and safety. You are always appreciated. In closing, we are indeed stronger together and looking ahead to achieve success, thrive.
Excellent. Thank you. So thank you to everyone for those comments. We appreciate where we have and appreciate that there is a lot of work going forward, but together and keeping our mission central and working for students, we can achieve. Ms. Gasparich, I also noted that I guess we didn't have May 1st Principals Day there. I'd like to acknowledge our principals too, so we'll add that in so that the the acknowledgements will reflect that and will be recorded that way, please. So that brings us to approval of the agenda. I motion that we approve the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Are there any changes? All right, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right,
Aye.
the agenda is approved. And that brings us to item 1.6, which is our student update. So Isha, I'd like to invite you to introduce yourself a little bit more. We see that you're a web leader at Highland Middle School and an 8th grader, and we'd like to hear a little bit more. So thanks so much for joining us.
Of course, thank you. Hi everybody, my name's Isha. I am an 8th grader. Having 8th grade as a virtual hasn't been the best, but I'm so happy we're back to hybrid. I just want to say how happy I am that we're back in school. Obviously there are still restrictions like wearing a mask and being 6 feet apart, but I'm really happy that we're back, because we can have that conversation with people, and we're missing all our friends, so we'll be like, oh my gosh, hi, I haven't seen you in forever. So you've changed so much. So I'm really happy we get to do that. And it's not the easiest handling both people in school and at home at the same time, but we're somehow getting it to work. And I'm not gonna lie, our first week of hybrid has been a little confusing. It was a little overwhelming going back to school after an year especially we even got a new building, which looks beautiful, by the way. So figuring out where you have to go. But thanks to all the amazing teachers out there who helped us and guide us, we are ready to crush week 2, because now we know what's going on. We know how it's going to work. We know how our classes are going to go. So super happy for that. And I just want to say how glad I am that our soccer started after school, because I played in 6th and 7th with Highland, and I was a little sad we weren't able to play in 8th, but luckily we are back here. Matter of fact, I actually went yesterday to play soccer with amazing people and amazing coaches, so I'm really happy. And I just want to say how great it is that you even have lunch to go right after you get out of school. You can grab lunch if you want, which I really need that. So I'm really happy that we do have lunch after school to go. Apart from that, I didn't actually know it was Teacher Appreciation Day today. I knew it was the week. So happy Teacher Appreciation Day, everybody. I just wanted to say this as a student, because I know I've had many teachers guide me not only in studies, but also in my life. If I have something going on, I always have people who I want to talk to, and teachers are definitely one of them. So happy Teacher Appreciation Day. And yeah, that's what I got. I hope you all have an amazing week.
Isha, thank you so much. We really appreciate your update, and we look forward to either hearing more from you or through the things that are going on the ground. So we really appreciate that. Thank you. And you are welcome to stay in the meeting if you want, or if you've got other things to do or soccer to catch, that's fine too. Thanks. All right, directors, that brings us to our consent agenda. I'm going to ask if there's anything there. I know on item 2.8, there's an item, but there's nothing attached. And so I was going to ask if there were something there, or whether we should remove that and have that considered at a future meeting. Does anyone know? So is it something that we need to accomplish at this meeting, or is it something that we can? Yeah. Okay, so why don't we, I'm gonna just put the consent agenda aside. We'll come back to it later. If we could get that loaded up, and then maybe we'll consider it after the break. So I'm gonna motion that we defer the consent agenda, which is all of item 2, until after item 8.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so that's approved. So we'll get that posted and we'll take a look, and then we'll be able to consider the. So that brings us to comments and updates. Deputy Superintendent Collins? Do you have any other update for us?
No, I don't have any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we had that statement earlier from Dr. Duran, and so that moves us to item 4, which is public comments. So the board has accepted public comments for this meeting via online written submissions and also recognizes there are in-person participants who'd like to share. We've suspended portions of policy 1400 to give us a chance to hear more of that. We're still a little bit in flux here, but we are going to try to have 2 minutes for the in-person commenters. Several people have signed up, and we will intersperse those with some of the comments that we've received online. And as it says, they're all public comments submitted online and in compliance with stated requirements. Whether or not they are read aloud during the meetings will be included as part of the official record for the next regular board meeting following receipt of the comments. And I just want to emphasize, because we've been receiving some comments that say, my comments haven't been read aloud in the meetings, and to reassure people who write in, whether they list it for public comment or not, when they write to the board, we receive them and we read them, we consume them, and we use that as part of the information that we have in making decisions. And so public comments are not necessarily at this meeting, but it is a value that we have, that we want to hear from our community, and we also value that there is discourse that happens even as you're just hearing from another point of view. So we try to have a selection of those read. But again, even if they're not read, it does not mean that they're being ignored. In fact, they are being consumed by directors. And so just want to reassure people that they are being consumed, read, and we really deeply appreciate that people take the time to submit something. So with that, can we go to the next, maybe the next slide? All right, so this is the order. It basically goes back and forth. So we have our first commenter who is in person. And we also have a video show with that. Is she here? No? Didn't? Okay, so then why don't we do that? So our first public comment was submitted by one of our students from the Interlake Robotics Club. And there was Ms. Gasparich, do you have the statement that was submitted with that? But we could just play it, it's fine. I think it's all included in there. All right, so thank you. And just to summarize, I think a lot of that was captured in the video, but we also detailed a lot of the other things that they were able to do this year and being flexible and just coming up creative and coming up with new ways. Oh,
hi. So Aditya Shrey is currently not here, but I'm also a member of Saints Robotics from Interlake. So I think I'd like to make a public comment for him in saying that, as you can see, this year has been very different. And you can see the difference between, like going to a competition with tons of kids packed into a room and working on a robot versus working online and designing the robot remotely. But at the beginning of this school year, we came up with a mission, and that is to empower and inspire members of all ages within our community to pursue STEAM through spirited and supportive competition. Now, while we aren't going to high schools and competing with other students in person, we can still achieve that mission. And so what we've done is things like starting an online summer camp for elementary schoolers. We held a session last summer, this winter, and we are holding one this summer as well. And that's been a huge success, inspiring elementary schoolers and getting them interested. We've also still been able to compete through FIRST, our organization, virtually. And a big part of competition is not just winning or, trying to be the best, but taking pride in your work and taking pride in the quality of your work. And we still got to do that this year. Furthermore, some achievements as of now we have gotten this year is the Chairman's Award, which is recognition from FIRST for transforming culture around STEM and making it a positive environment through, again, our summer camps, and we also started a podcast bringing together the robotics and student community. And so I would just like to say thank you to the entirety of Bellevue for really giving us this opportunity to thrive under this pandemic. And everything you've done, even in past years, that really builds up on how we're allowed to function this year. And so it's been a huge support. To everyone, all 66 members of Saints Robotics, and to every student that will come through Saints Robotics in the future. It's a huge blessing, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that'll bring us to our, we'll now read one of our online comments, and then if Dawn, you're here, you can already start coming up to the podium.
Okay, this message is from Mark Lachelle. The subject is please keep at it, more in-person learning as soon as possible. Dear BSD board members, thank you for your work for our children. Your efforts to expand in-person learning for the rest of the school year are deeply appreciated. My 5th and 8th grade daughters have been so happy to even have a small taste of social interactions and in-person learning once considered normal. Of course, they need more, and we all know it. Please remember, it is your obligation to act in the best interest of our community. And most importantly, in doing so, you will have our backing. We want only what is best for our children in BSD. No petty attempts at manipulation or power grabs will be sustained as our desire to help our children thrive. Thank you, Mark and Harumi Lachelle.
Thanks. And then so you have 2 minutes and I'll give you a 10-second warning with a tap.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
How's my mic distance? Pretty good? Sounds good. Thank you. Hello, directors. I am here to say, indeed, thank you. When you wrote your resolution, about half of my students had a D or an F, which is slightly more than usual at this time of year, but like every year, I had a plan. In fact, I've rescued hundreds of students before, often just hours before their graduation. My plan would help the students who caught COVID, the students who lost loved ones to COVID, and the students who are simply too traumatized by the hundreds of thousands of deaths in our nation to engage in my classes or respond to my Teams chats. As a district, we could have been enacting a similar plan to ensure that student, staff, and community safety was first, followed by mental health, and then flexible pathways to succeed academically. This board showed no such flexibility and insisted that this year was a year like any other. In fact, when our community clearly demonstrates their fears and concerns, this board consistently ignores all but the loudest and meanest Facebook trolls, it seems. Be honest, your only solution from the start has been to immediately get all the students in the classroom and hope this all goes away. You responded to fear with cruel indifference, concern with bullying, criticism with denial, and crisis with malicious incompetence. So, thank you. Your actions have shown me that my path forward as an educator will be in any district but Bellevue. I will dearly miss my Sammamish family, but I cannot tolerate the toxic, abusive behavior encouraged by this school board. I would surmise that many of my colleagues feel the same. If you're looking for similar clarity, let me offer you a solution to this district's problems: resign.
This message was from Brandon Adams. Hello, I've been a resident of Bellevue since 2008. My wife and I will hopefully be sending our future kids to Bellevue Public Schools in the next few years. I'm writing to add my voice to those displeased by the decision to remove school resource officers from our middle and high schools. I've never heard of any problem caused by the SROs, and remember, the SRO assigned to my high school is a friendly face. It looks to me like we're accommodating a few noisy activists. I'm confident that if polled, the vast majority of residents and parents would prefer to keep school resource officers. Thank you, Brandon Adams.
Yeah, go ahead.
My statement isn't so much as a question, and I want to just give a little background to who I am before I ask this question. I'm a board certified anesthesiologist. I practice at Overlake. I've been in the front lines of this disease since the beginning of it. I don't sit 6 feet apart from it. I don't sit 3 feet apart from it. I sit 3 inches apart from it. I did something even harder than face this disease about 3 months ago. I sent my wife and my 2 kids, pulled them from this district and sent them to Florida to get in-person schooling. I've never done anything this hard. I hope that it doesn't continue. My question is simply this: as I've seen all the messaging coming out of this district about the possibility, the probability, how we're working on getting the students back full-time in person in the fall, I would like to hear a full commitment from this board that you will do this, because otherwise my kids will remain in Florida where they are absolutely thriving. You cannot neglect all the other harm that's being done by remote schooling and even hybrid schooling. As I take every patient into an operating room, I do not discard every other disease state that they've got for the one that's presented in front of me. Everything is a risk-benefit ratio. In treating this the way that we have here, we're neglecting the rest of the damage that's being done. So there's my question. I doubt I'll get an answer, but it would be really nice to hear a commitment that I can get my kids back here in the fall.
This email is from Michelle Mordaunt. Teaching during a pandemic has taught me. Dear school board directors, we would like to share with you the following anonymous messages from BEA members. Teaching during a pandemic has taught me that relationships with students are best made when everyone feels safe. Despite the fact that I have not been with my virtual students all year, we all know each other. We have a rapport. We know each other's personalities. We have class jokes and stories. We are a class family. We feel safe learning and teaching remotely, and so we are free to engage and be together as our best selves. Learning is happening, and so is community, and that is because we've been able to make choices that make us feel safe. Teaching during a pandemic has taught me that students can shine and demonstrate engagement in learning in multiple settings. Teaching during a pandemic has taught me that our community really doesn't understand our job. We help kids find their passions, their grit, their resilience, and their love for learning. We did all this while raising our own families and surviving the pandemic ourselves. Teaching during the pandemic has taught me just how deep the disparities are between our students. Teaching during a pandemic has taught me our system was never designed to benefit all, and we should never return to normal because normal is harmful. Teaching during a pandemic has taught me our students and our community are amazing and have incredible strengths and ability to overcome adversity.
Hello, I'm a mother of 3 kids, a 4th grader, a 6th grader, and a 10th grader. Our family has been a part of the BSD for the last 7 years and have been grateful for the great education they have received. Things have taken a different shift since the beginning of the new school year. I appreciated BSD listening to the science in March 2020 and closing the school based on the information available at this time. I was deeply disappointed that BSD didn't follow the science this year and is failing to put our kids first. Let me shift to my personal story. We are your typical relatively affluent Bellevue family with means and stable home environment, and yet things have been getting harder and harder every day. Our 10th grade son went from straight A's since the starting of high school to a mix of C and F's in the second semester. He still had the same nice bedroom to be able to focus. He still had the same private lessons that we are fortunate enough to be able to add this year to complement the more limited teaching. He still had 2 caring and available parents. He still had nutritious meals and opportunities to do sports and activities to nourish his full self. And yet, his energy was gone. He didn't see the point of working anymore. He felt isolated. He stopped focusing on work and spent more time on YouTube than on Teams. He now has some gaps in many subjects and feels even worse, thinking that he will not be able to catch up and that his prospect for colleges he had in mind may not be possible anymore. On the other end of the spectrum, my 4th grader was the happiest of my three kids online. He was engaged and always happy to connect to his online classes. And yet, when he got an opportunity to have him back full-time in person in late January, he's in a private school in Bellevue, I realized how much he had been missing out from the full school experience. He started to come back home from school with new interests he would keep exploring at home, like creating crossword puzzles or talking about climate change. Even though I thought he was fine, it became clear after only a couple of days of being fully back in person that he had been lacking some of the critical elements of school in terms of sparking interest and inspiring him. Like any other sports, when things are tough, this is a time where every player needs to stick to their position and focus on the core job and purpose. I reckon your job as school board and administration is to secure strong education for kids and ensure safe environment for teachers and kids. The role of teacher and staff is to focus on providing engaging teaching experiences. Our role as parents on education and many.
I'll let you go over time. We just need to get all the comments in. So, yeah. So we're going to move on to the next comment. I appreciate.
Can I finish? I feel like other comments for Let's Go, we had like 5 minutes on the robotics club. I'm talking about real experiences that are happening in your district.
I understand. I understand. And
30 seconds, please.
we're going to move on to the next comment. You are welcome to submit the entire comment to us online, and we'll read all of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just finish our role as parents as an important one?
So we're going to go to the next comment.
The next comment
from Patricia Gilbert.
From Patricia Gilbert, positive stories from educators. Deal school board directors, we'd like to share with you the following anonymous messages from BEA members. A positive story I would like to share. I teach virtual special education, self-contained, and every single kid in my class thrives and has shown us much growth in all areas, no regression. Overheard from a student in person, I learned more this period than I learned all year. This week, my students are expressing their feelings about the pandemic through sculpture. Students indicated that it was nice to not have to talk to share what they are feeling, as sometimes words are too hard. Seeing students in person is simply the best. That my students navigated through remote learning brilliantly. I've gained additional valuable teaching approaches and tools that have supported my teaching with my continual effort to do my best as a teacher. Students in class today engaged in real wonderful discussions. Thank you, Patricia Gilbert.
Thank you for taking the time to hear the public speak. My name is Radhika Mogafkar, and I have 3 children in this district. My comments are very simple and echo what many people have said today. The administration and the union have failed children this year. The process of returning children to school has felt like it was carried out in a black hole, with the community having no input. Parents and students have not had any voice during the last year. However, the greatest impact of these decisions have been on the students, many who are unhappy, falling behind, and not being meaningfully engaged academically and socially isolated. This year has felt more like a power struggle between these two institutions rather than a meaningful dialogue about returning children to in-person learning. We are a well-resourced district with parents who believe in science and are willing to work with the teachers union and the administration, but rather to return children to in-person education in a safe manner. But rather than embrace the community, the administration and the union have chosen to engage in a destructive negotiation that has destroyed trust with many who are part of the Bellevue School District. Now, instead of acknowledging the science that children should return to school safely with teachers vaccinated and the 3-foot rule from the CDC, the district and the union have punted with no meaningful progress to returning children to full-time in-person learning. My husband went to work every day of this pandemic because that was his job and his responsibility. The teachers union and the administration have failed at their responsibility of following the science and educating children in person. Rather, they have engaged in a campaign of rhetoric and emotional appeals. I'm tired of people telling me how my children feel and that school being closed will not have long-term meaningful impacts on their mental health. We simply do not know. What we do know is kids do better when they attend in-person school. The message is simple. It's time to return children to in-person school. There is no excuse for delaying. Please push the district. Thank you.
This email is from Elizabeth D'Antonio, Positive Stories from Educators. Dear School Board Directors, we'd like to share with you the following anonymous messages from BEA members. A positive story I would like to share is students who struggled all year are now beginning to participate online too. They may not be in person 5 days a week, but 2 half days have been enough for us to begin reestablishing joy in learning. How the return to in-person school has enabled some students who have barely engaged with learning all year to come alive in my classes. Students having social interaction and engagement online has been successful. We celebrate community events ranging from Diwali to birthdays. Joy continues to envelop in my classroom every day because kids rock. Students are so happy to be back in person, even though it's half days. You see their smiles through their eyes as they enter and leave the classroom. This week, my students are expressing their feelings about the pandemic through sculpture. Students indicated it was nice not to have to talk, to share their feelings, and sometimes words are too hard. Dedicated, innovative staff across the district continue to work tirelessly every day, both in person and remotely. Thank you for reading their words. Elizabeth D'Antonio, elementary educator.
My name's Christine Van Buskirk, and I'm also restating what everybody else is saying, and I'm glad I'm not alone. But when I came in, it kind of struck me how glad everybody was to be back. I guess whatever it is, my son is a junior in high school and attends school maybe 7 or 8 hours a week. I'm not happy with that. I think it's ridiculous. I don't feel grateful for it at all, and maybe I'm just negative. I just came from work. I'm a teacher, and they let me leave for an hour. And when I leave in a minute, I'm going back to work with children in person this close to their face. Okay? Been doing it the whole time. My son, who's a junior, works in person in a school more than he attends a school in person. Wrap your head around that one. He's 17. I don't share the same excitement. I'm not alone. Everybody in here and most of the parents I talk to, even the ones who are diehard stay at home, are losing their patience. All of us have risked ourselves in this year working and teaching our kids and being psychologists to our children. Every day while they sit in their rooms, we need a plan. Not all of us work from home. Like all the messaging that has been a bit blurry at best this year, my mistrust stems from the language used in the fall back to schools info. I would like to know when we will be getting a hard and fast, concrete decision as to what is happening in the fall, like now. The language of possibly going back, probably starting, are being based on confusing metrics that are so far really haven't been followed at all. The 3-foot rule hasn't even, and now we're not even discussing it for the rest of the school year. So I'm supposed to trust that we're going back to school in the fall. I really don't. I have no trust. I have no trust of the teachers, of the superintendent, of anything that's going to happen, because one kid will get sick and we'll all be shut down again. To my understanding, that they're not even pushing the teachers union on this, and the districts surrounding us have made hard and fast decisions. We all understand if another pandemic falls upon us, we'll have to make different decisions. But we need some sort of a plan. Not, we might go back, we may go back, we might not, whatever. This is too much. I don't trust anything you guys say, and not you, but the school district and whatnot. Like many kids are online, we have purchased a ticket to send our son to Arizona. And I've said this before, he is going to finish his year so he's not stuck in a room and he can go out and do something at least he can do that. And then we will sign him up with his cousin in school next year in August if you guys can't give us that. And then you will lose that $16,000 to $24,000 that his butt costs. I'm done.
Time.
Okay, the next email is from Carl Kester. Dear BSD board members, our family appreciates your work to return the students to the classroom this spring. We've seen a positive change in our son with the increased interaction. We believe it's essential that a public commitment is made by all parties to provide full-time in-person learning at the beginning of the 2021-2022 school year. Sincerely, Carl and Joanne Kester.
So that brings us to the end of our public comments. Wanted to reiterate that we are very grateful for people taking the time to write in as well as come in and share their comments. I know there's a lot more that people would like to say and share, and we always welcome having the written comments as well. And the board has other venues and opportunities as well as availability of directors to listen to comments as we do throughout the year, not only in this type of thing, community forums, school visits where we also take comments from parents as well as students, administrators, teachers and staff. And so there are many opportunities and many avenues where we take public comments. I'll just conclude the reading here, which says our volunteer board of directors very much appreciates the time and effort put into public comments and correspondence to us. For those who are not able to be heard in session today, submissions in writing are welcome. And that brings us to item 5. Oh, yes.
Yeah, could I just make 2 specific comments to provide information? One is that we will be in the later portion of this meeting talking about opportunities for families and educators to interact with and talk with the board. So we are working on a lot more open communication so that both educators, families, everyone has a lot more access and dialogue. And the second clarification that I wanted to make is, I believe it says on our website that I didn't want any confusion that we intend to open full-time in the fall. And so I just wanted to state that that is on the website, and it is, I thought, a clear commitment, but if it's not, then we'll get more information
I thought
later.
since as we move on to item 5, which is the COVID-adjusted and other critical learning updates, we've got item 5.1, which is return to buildings. So in general, just so it's clear, we don't respond directly to public comments in this forum. There are other opportunities where we have more of a dialogue, but in this forum, it's just the comments. But since we're right into item 5.1, return to buildings, I think that would be a great opportunity to reiterate. This announcement has been made consistently since our meeting on March 16th that we are returning to buildings in the fall full-time, and I'll hand it over to Deputy Superintendent Collins to
Before you
say
do
that
that,
again.
I just want to say, I mean, we have said before, as individual board members have expressed that I can speak for me, that we want to see our district return in person in the fall. So I think that has been said in prior meetings. So
when we have from the district, so since the March 16th meeting, it was announced by the district and consistently so, and let's have an update and see where we are. As far as I know, that continues to be the case.
We are fully committed and fully expecting to open our schools in the fall. Fully open our schools in the fall. We're working on plans on if that requires us to be distant, 3-foot distance, 6, whatever it requires. We are working on plans to have a backup plan. If there is another pandemic, what do we have to do? If there are restrictions that are imposed by the governor, for example. But our plan is to fully open in the fall, and we are really looking forward to that. Really, really looking forward to that. We have a team working on all of the logistics around that. For example, what would our class sizes need to be? We're doing staffing this week in order to prepare for that, that fall reopening, and we are really looking forward to it. So I don't know if I can say it any clearer than that. We are committed to and expecting to fully open our schools in the fall. And at the same time, given the topic that we're on now, we also realize that some students and families will not be ready to or comfortable with, or in terms of their own health needs at home for the student or the family, will need another option. And so we have prepared another option, which is that we are contracting with a group called Edgenuity that provides a virtual learning platform for students. We do not have the time or bandwidth. We're really focusing on our finishing this spring, summer programming, and fall reopening, and we did not have the bandwidth to put together a BSD program, so we are using Edgenuity, which is also a platform that's used by other districts, and we have spoken to these other districts to see how that's going for students. So we are offering it for 6 through 12 because we think it's appropriate for 6 through 12. We do not yet have a program for K-5, however, on a case-by-case basis. If there is a need in K-5, we certainly can provide a virtual option for that. So we are in the process of putting together a plan for K-5, but we have the 6-12 plan, and we did have a family information session last night. We had 28 folks who attended. We conducted a survey to find out, are there any families that are interested in this option? We provided them with a video so they could look at what the option is. We have a list of courses that are offered, and the current interest in enrollment is 124 students. In our Friday report, we will give you the demographic breakdown of grade levels and what's the demographic breakdown of those 124 students. It's growing every day. So the survey closes, I believe, tomorrow at end of day. And then students, for some folks who have written into us as they're completing this interest survey, they've said, if my child can get vaccinated, I'd like them to be in person, but would like to start with this option. For others, they will be committed for the whole year, which is allowable. So that is a little bit about the virtual program enrollment. For this part, Dr. Wiest, we planned on talking about the virtual program, just the part that I just shared, a budget update from Melissa DeVita, and then we have some information to share about the return to school plan that is required by OSPI. We want to make sure that before we ask you to approve it at your next meeting, that you actually know what it is, so we can get some of your thoughts beforehand and not run into what we ran into last time with the planning. So I'll turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Melissa DeVita to talk a little bit about the budget. And when we finish all of this, if there are questions or comments, certainly.
Oh, perfect. Good evening. Sorry, I'm technically challenged at times. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you a little bit about our budget moving forward into next year. There are a number of different components I want to talk about tonight. One is enrollment. Second is staffing, our revenue picture based upon the results of the most recent legislative session, a little bit about expenditures, and then our fund balance. So those are the topics I'd like to just briefly touch on. More information will be coming forth to all of you with more details at the May 18th meeting. 85% of our budget of our revenue is driven by enrollment, and that is from the state, that is from local resources, and that is from federal funding. This year, We lost 800 students coming into the school year. That was very similar to what other districts have seen. That was about 3.5% of our enrollment, and that is what the average loss was across the country. Going into next year, our estimate is that we will lose another 600 students. A lot of that is due to the high cost of housing, the new work dynamic where people will continue to work remotely, and that gives them choices as to where they live, and fewer international work visas from our local tech companies, resulting in fewer students. So with all of that combined with our inefficient staffing this year, and that was really driven by two things. One was our 2 educational models. So staffing hybrid and virtual at the same time leads to inefficiencies, as well as the smaller class sizes that were put in place to support physical distancing. When you combine that staffing with the 1,400 student loss, we anticipate needing about 75 to 90 less certificated staff as we move into next year. We are working through staffing currently. We are using the same staffing formulas that we used in the pre-pandemic, which includes the 17-to-1 calculated student to teacher ratio for grades K through 3. And so we expect our class sizes to basically return to what they were prior to the pandemic. And those class sizes will fit with the 3-foot. Yes, Director Serafin.
Thank you. So thank you for the summary. I want to understand, when I heard you articulate the numbers for students leaving our district or not enrolled in our district, I don't hear you account for the percentage or the number that is essentially the narrative that I know I've heard from many families. You're not offering what my students need. I don't want a counselor giving them help. I want them to be around their peers. There's a district in another state or district within our state who can offer that, or private school, so I'm leaving. I've heard that enough times that I have to believe that we have some assessment of what percentage or what number that is of our district. And the reason I ask for that is, to the extent that any group makes a calculation, is there a cost to not having an in-person education, or saying let's do less in person than we could by law? It's helpful to know that that does have an impact. Mm-hmm. And as you've articulated, number of students enrolled means budget. And when we end up with more teachers or staff than we have students, then that has a consequence. Mm-hmm. So I just wonder if you can help sort of pinpoint either the percentage or the number, because there is obviously a consequence to every action.
We see, every year we see enrollment drop from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Just, that is a general flow of enrollment as you move through the course of the year. I have not done a comparison of this year to last year, and I'm happy to do that and bring that to you.
I think it would be helpful, and I say that because many families, as they leave, mm-hmm. make a point of telling us, we're not moving because we like another state's weather better. We're leaving for this specific reason, and it's helpful for us, I think, to have that knowledge as we make an assessment of why we lost students.
Yeah.
And to whom we lost them. We know when we send a transcript that we sent it to a private school. We know that we send a transcript to a school in another state, and we may have a narrative around that. And I think it's helpful for us to understand that.
Mm-hmm. So in addition to the analysis, like the backward analysis for this year, I was going to ask the question of the 600 students that we're losing this year. Was your assumption that that included the group of students, the additional students who intend to leave the district this coming school year, based on the reasons that Director Serafin just outlined?
So I use a demographer to do our work, and he looks at a lot of different factors, including what our current enrollment trends are, what our historical enrollment trends are, what's happening in our community, what are the hiring forecasts for the employers in our area. So he looks at a number of different things that all combine in his model. So I can't really say, well, this much is due to this and this much is due to that, because I rely on him to provide that for me. I can ask him if he has any additional data on that.
I actually wasn't so much asking for the breakdown. I just wanted to know if that scenario were actually included.
Yeah. And, you know, we're not the only district on the east side that is looking at additional enrollment loss. I know that Lake Washington is, as well as Issaquah. So we're not alone in that. I haven't asked them their percentages or anything, but I know that my counterparts have told me they're facing some of the same thing.
It would, from my point of view, it would be helpful to understand that, because certainly I've heard the anecdote, I've heard the narrative from many families, and then just understanding that fully in terms of our district is knowledge that I think we need.
Yep,
So thank you.
I will have them put that analysis together for us. So we are looking at a decline in teachers of certificated staff from 70 to 90. Our goal is to have as many retirements, resignations, or leaves of absence first, prior to we doing any reduction in force. If we do have to do a reduction in force, it will be based on our current agreement with the Bellevue Education Association, which then has it based on both seniority and qualifications or endorsements needed. With respect to our revenues moving forward, we are seeing in a supplemental budget this year, $2.8 million for a transportation hold harmless, and an additional $3.2 million for enrollment stabilization. So for a total of about $6 million. In addition to that, we are receiving the federal funds that are for the emergency school, elementary and secondary school emergency funds. And those were the federal funds, the last set of which was done in the January timeframe. Our plan over the course of the next school year is to spend the funds. It's about $6 million that were from the second round, and half of the funds that were from the third round of federal funding, and then to keep the remaining half for the 22-23 school year, because we know that additional recovery services will be required as we move forward beyond the next school year. We also will be receiving additional hold harmless funds for transportation and summer school, which is actually out of the 10% holdback of ESSER funds that the state will be paying us about $10.5 million in that. But we are losing about 52% of our title funding, or $1.2 million. That is driven by a couple of things, one of which is the census data for our area. Less people living in poverty responded to the census. The second thing is we do have a drop in free and reduced meal eligible students. Part of that could be driven by the fact that meals are free at this point, and so and they will continue to be as we move into the next school year. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with those numbers. We are encouraging people to fill out those forms because it does drive other things such as Title I funding. As we move into the fall, we are planning on spending about $10.5 million on restorative supports for students and staff. Those will be discussed as part of EVA's fall planning piece, correct? Oh, as part of the academic success report. I wasn't sure which report you had that in. So, so they'll discuss that in detail. It is aligned. Those are aligned with the Superintendent's Community Advisory Council and some of the things that they were recommending, but it does have more details around the implementation of that. And then lastly, I just want to talk a little bit about our fund balance. We started the year with $37 million. We had originally anticipated a drop of about $14 million in our general fund balance. Now we think that drop will be closer to $11 million. So we anticipate ending the year with about 26 million as we move into 21-22. Right now, our budget looks like we're going to drop. We would further reduce that by about 5 million. That would keep us in the 5 to 6% range or above it. My hope is as we continue to scrub the budget, because these are preliminary numbers, that we can get that closer to zero, and I think we can. But we've got to finish going through all the work, and it'll bounce back and forth as we continue to do that over the next month and a half. So that's where we stand right now. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. Yes, Director.
Thank you. You know, you've referenced that these are early numbers, and you've referenced like this year and next year and, you know, the year after, some anticipation. In the past, you've given us these wonderful graphs that show like this is our projected trend. I cannot remember when we normally get that. When can we expect to see sort of a budget projection like that?
In July is normally when I give you the full report of the budget and what it's looking like. So this is kind of a preliminary. The ledge just finished up, I think, 2 to 3 weeks ago. And so we're still calculating all of our numbers. And so we'll have to scrub through all of those. And then we generally do the final report in July. And then you vote at the end of August.
Okay, so we're talking about our return to buildings plan and the budget thereof. Do we want to move on to 5.2 and talk about remote learning? Or do we have more to add here?
No, I'm through the budget.
Oh, we're in 5.3. Okay.
Yeah,
we have more to add.
But we also wanted to give you a glimpse of the ESSER, the planning template, and what we're going to be required to submit to the state. And I think that's what, Melissa, that you were referencing, that the SCAC did the heavy lifting already. And we have Melanie McGee standing by, and she is going to share with us a little bit of information, so you get a sneak preview of coming attractions for the next board meeting, where we'll be presenting the entire plan with and asking for your approval. Melanie?
Thank you. Thanks, Eva. Hi, everyone. This is Melanie McGee, Director of the Program Office. And the document that you see up on the screen right now is just a brief overview of the OSPI recovery plan that we are required to do. And Mike, I'm not sure. Thank you. I was going to just ask if you could zoom in to make that a little bit bigger. So I just want to give you a little overview of what this is. The purpose of this planning document really is for us to fulfill both our federal and state law requirements in order to receive our ESSER funds. We have an opportunity here to align this to our annual planning process for next year and really help us lay the foundation to utilize authentic cycles of improvement. The timeline that you see listed is how OSPI has asked us to be thinking about this, so really breaking it out into 3 different phases, with the first phase thinking about this summer through the beginning of fall next year, and asking us to take a look at identifying where our students are socially, emotionally, as well as academically, and coming up with a plan for how we're going to meet their needs and support them. The second phase then would start in the fall of next year. So once the students are back in class, and that time frame will go through approximately April of next year. And so if you think about continuous cycles of improvement, that would be an opportunity for us to stop, take another look at the data, reflect on where we are, and make some adjustments moving forward so that we enter into the third phase, which will take us through spring of next year until the end of next year. And then Mike, if you would scroll down just a little bit in this document to where it says requirements. So we have some requirements for this plan. The first one is a federal requirement that mandated that the state, that OSPI must provide the template to the LEA, that's the local education agency. In our case, that's us, the district. So they needed to provide a template and a process for us to use to develop this plan. They have done that. And then the state had flexibility to add any other requirements to the districts, and they've added requirements 2 through 4. You'll see there that we're required to use an equity analysis tool as we develop the plan. We're required to get school board approval and also to publicly post the plan on our website. If you'd scroll up just a little bit more, components of the recovery plan at a very high level, the plan asks for us to identify our universal supports for all students, both academically and social emotionally, to identify what diagnostic assessments we're using to determine what students need. We need to incorporate student and family voice. This is where the work that we've done with the Superintendent Community Advisory Council, the SCAC, has set us up really well in being able to provide their input and their voice into this process. You'll see that we'll be carrying their recommendations forward. In addition, we have to identify what strategic supports we're planning to use for students, and then based on our data, what our data is telling us about which student groups are identified for additional support, what we call tier 2, or even personalized or intensive support in tier 3, and then what we would be using in order to meet those needs. It'll include a student progress monitoring components, as well as any support that we as a district might need in implementing strategies and interventions. And that could be from other districts across the state, or if we feel well suited to be able to mentor another district, there's an opportunity for us to offer our services there as well. So we wanted to give you a preview of this and kind of lay out the overall plan tonight, because at our next board meeting on May 18th, we'll be bringing the plan forward to you, seeking your approval on that. In order to meet our timeline, we have to submit this to OSPI by June 1st. Mike, I sent you a second document, which is the template of the recovery plan. If you could pull that up, and I'll just show folks quickly what it looks like. So this is similar to the format that we used in the fall, where it's set up like a survey, and we'll go online and complete all of this. And they provided this Word template to us for us to be able to go through our planning. So Mike, if you just kind of want to slowly scroll through that, you can see here those different components that I mentioned. This top is more administrative to fill out. And then as you scroll through this, you'll see where, yep, right through there, there's an opportunity for us to identify supports, as well as interventions by grade level for academic and for social emotional learning. So that's a preview of what's coming. Eva, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, just that, I mean, yes. Just that the requirement from OSPI, again, it is that survey. It's a checklist essentially, but our plan will not just be the survey. We're not just going to bring you, obviously, just the survey. We will have the, you know, the backdrop and the actual plan for these, for each of these components, and that's what we've been working on. And much of the work in terms of the investments is going to align very nicely to our plan for next year. And I don't know if you have any questions about that or thoughts or things that you want to say to us. Hey, before you complete that, please keep us posted on, or it would be helpful to know.
Thanks, Mike. I think that's good for now, for scrolling through the plan.
Does anyone
Is
have?
the blank of this plan, this OSPI document on the OSPI website?
Is the template on the OSPI website? It should be.
It should be. We received it as an email from Superintendent Reichdahl, but the link is a public link. So yes,
it's just a fascinating list of all the potential programs you could ever wish to understand.
All right, Director Chu.
Thanks. I do have some input on things that I would like to ensure that are covered when we get this plan. One of the first and foremost things is that we are looking for a different approach in some ways to some of our instruction next year to deal with gaps and issues that are going to come up. I don't see anywhere how this plan really requires us to be deep about the professional development supports that we're putting in place, not just to tell, but actually to work with and give time for, both in the summer, so we're prepared, and during the year to continue onward, so that's happening. My understanding is several of the adaptive learning resources that we provided this year were underutilized or not able to be fully utilized as we had hoped due to a lack of adequate time on professional development and planning and integration into education. So I want to make sure that we see evidence that these tools we're investing in will actually bear the fruit that we expect based on like what I've heard from feedback. The second is I see this thing of equity analysis as if it's a little check. And there are a couple of things that worry me about that. One of the things that worries me is that we have done a lot because in the great needs that have been presented in this COVID time period have really refocused us in some ways on a deficit model of thinking. And so we think we've done the diversity or the equity analysis when we say that we're going to provide lunches and we're going to provide extra this and extra that. But in reality, as we can see from even just the simple enrollment data you provided, our groups are not monolithic. They have a variety of needs. And the second thing that I worry about is that if we approach our equity analysis piece as interventions, as opposed to a core part of the tier 1 work that we do, then we will exacerbate the gap that we see in both feelings of belonging and in academic access. And so my wondering is, how are we dealing with equity in a way that is actually meaningful in our district, that makes sure that our curriculum is going to meet the students where they're at? And then the third thing that I want to see is I'd like to see evidence not of just what tests are being used, but how we are approaching our instructional work in a way that allows each student to access the next level of course that they should be taking, and not looking at it from a remedial standpoint, but ensuring that they can access every assignment and every unit as we progress, so that we're not, again, treating it with remediation and exacerbating gaps. And if that stuff's not clear in our plan, I'm going to be concerned about the investments we're making. Thanks.
So I have, go ahead. Sorry. Did I step over you, Carolyn? No. So I think I will confess I had a hard time tracking what Melanie projected on screen. I mean, I tried to get in as much as I could, but I would say the main thing that I would like to understand for the fall is I tend to credit, narratives that I hear, but I think there's an incongruence between them. I hear from some teachers how well things are going, and I believe that they honestly feel that things are going very well. I also hear from students that they don't necessarily feel that they're learning as much as they have in years past. So if we take both of those narratives and say each of those people absolutely believe this is the case, you ask, well, what will happen when kids arrive in September? So it may be that in certain classes, kids are right on top of things. It may be class by class. It could be that those two things are both true, but it depends on what class you're in. But what I'm wondering is, what will we do to ensure that a student who arrives in a class in September and had a prerequisite for that, and maybe never quite felt that they were, completely on target to where they needed to be. Now those are fundamentals on which they need to build for the next class. So it would be unfair to that teacher to then have to try to catch them up and bring them forward. So what are we doing to ensure that that student doesn't feel overwhelmed, nor does the teacher feel that they inherited more than what they had planned for? So I think that is what I'd like to understand, and that might be built into what you have for the fall. I know that we've talked about it before, but I'd like to just understand it. And I know it will be very different maybe for elementary than it might be for middle or high school. But I know that that intensity of falling behind is a big stressor for especially a middle and high school student. And anecdotally, I think of my senior in high school, and I ask, how does it feel different from other years? And he can describe in terms of the content where he feels it's the same and where it just doesn't. So I think that would be very helpful.
I have one small technical question. At the beginning there, it noted, please affirm that an equity tool was used, name an equity tool. Are there specific tools provided by the state that we are to be using, or is it our own critical criteria?
It can be an equity tool. It can be our own critical criteria. The state did provide some examples for districts who may not already have their own, but it's up to us what we'd like to use.
One other piece, sorry, this is Christine again. One other piece that I just wanted to throw in there is for the social emotional supports. I know we're going to feel obligated to talk again about a lot of interventions and extra programming and extra things. I would also like to ensure that this talks about our tier 1 approach to reintegrating all students in a meaningful way into classes, and not, if they have a little bit of trouble adjusting, suddenly throwing them into some intervention program. So what is our way that everyone will be adjusted and come back to this space and being treated as you know, it's a collective normal that everyone is not in this space right now, and we need to change that collective norm. So tier 1 on the SEL and how we support both students and teachers to make that happen.
Okay, so there's a lot been said so far. Just before we take, I guess, more questions, is there any response at this time from district on any of those?
I had one more question that I had on the list and I forgot to ask. Should I wait?
I just want to pause because I think there's just been a lot.
I'm just taking notes. This is all really helpful as we're working on developing the plan. This is, you know, what I'm hearing is these are things we would like to have addressed in the plan.
Okay.
So the one thing I had on my notes to ask, one of the recurring themes of this year is parents saying, put me to work, I can help. I'd be happy to help as a tutor. I'd be happy to give out food, all of these things. So I'd love to know, especially when you think of like a classroom and maybe some kid has a private tutor, another kid doesn't. Again, that creates stress because then the teacher might think everybody's doing fine, but not realize several of those kids are getting private tutoring and someone else can't. So how can we leverage all this great, I'd say, offers of support, love in the community? They keep emailing and saying, can we help? So I know we've had pathways in the past, but it would be really great to know that we're using that with real intent for the fall.
Okay, other comments? All right, so I just want to go back through this. Oh, Director Chu, go ahead.
One other thing that I didn't see in the plan that I'm sort of curious about, do we have to submit, maybe I just missed it because there's so much that Melanie showed us. Is there something in there that requires us to talk about how we'll deal with COVID itself and managing that and like so that it's clear to our community, like if there's any interesting scenarios that we are already on top of it and that we have a plan that aligns with the most current guidance and that evolves with the guidance so that we're going to minimize any disruptions while still respecting the need to deal with that.
Dr. Chu, it's not in this particular plan. This plan, they've even called it a student academic and social emotional well-being recovery plan. So they really are focused on the academics and the social emotional. The logistics could end up coming out as separate guidance with separate requirements.
So I think that based on comments I'm constantly hearing, it would be great if we had a clear shared expectation around what things mean and the fact that we are committed to doing all that we can to maintain the services that are in person that are the most engaging to our students in the most productive ways. And if there's any issues, like what are they? So we know.
And I guess just to echo that, if they arise from the district side, Director Chu and I continue to meet with King County Public Health about once a month. And we have a meeting actually coming up with them this week. And so if there are things like that arise, we'll continue to advocate. So when I look back on the discussion for item 5, we've covered a lot of areas. We've covered the virtual academy. we talked about the budget, and now we did this plan for OSPI. We didn't take so much comments on the first two yet, so are there any other comments about the virtual academy or the budget? Go ahead, Director Watson.
I can't help but be concerned about the virtual academy. I understand why we're doing it the way that's proposed that we're doing it, but I also have a lot of concerns about each and every student. And I don't know what, you know, who the 125 students who have signed up are and what their particular situations are. But I would be so saddened to find out that there's maybe a kid in advanced learning or a kid who wanted to be an IB, and because they have some kind of, you know, they're on some kind of cancer treatment or something, they can't come in person, and now they can't have that learning that they were going to have. And that would be a very personalized approach. It seems like it would just be a few students, but I just look at that plan and I get really worried about it. I did read the list of classes that were being offered, and I noticed that there's some of the APs, but not all of the APs, like in the sciences, there might not be as many. And, you know, they're just going to get off track. So they can't be in like the gifted high school or some of those other special things if they have some illness that prevents them from coming in person. And that makes me sad.
Right, we could not find a program that would offer all things that we offer, right, that we offer in person. So that we didn't have, there wasn't a program that would mirror what we have for our in-person. So we couldn't personalize in that way. And if we were to try to do this with just our own teachers, for example, to have a full class, you see we have 125 students, that's grades 6 through 12. And they're all taking different courses. So it's not like not like now where we have a large number of kids that we can fill a class and assign a teacher. It's not the same. So it would be really difficult for us to replicate all of the courses that we offer and have a virtual program. Not that we couldn't have something better in the future, and that is something that we've talked about as a potential, you know, like what can we look at some ideas about how we can learn from what has worked and for students that have thrived and what we can do for them. Right now, we just have not had the, we have not been able to put that
I'm
together.
not a, you know, educator, so I don't know, you know, there might be other creative ideas that we're just not thinking of. You know, I just wonder, could there be like a virtual one-room schoolhouse with a teacher who could teach science at a bunch of different levels? Something like that for these kids. It just, you know, it's just not each and every, and we promised each and every.
Director Chu has a comment to that.
Yeah, I have two comments on the virtual school. One, I'd like to build on Director Watson, what she was saying, and just offer a question to put out there and say, you know, I realize that for some kids, it's not a complete need to be in that remote, but they might elect it for a couple of different reasons. One might be, you know, a loosely perceived need. Another might be, then there's the, we really, really need to, we just can't be in person. And then the other might be, there are some kids who are learning in, and actually thriving in that environment and want to continue it. So great, we have this program. We need to put our resources right now into getting kids back into the classroom. And that's right. But we also, like Director Watson said, we're obligated to take care of each and every student. So we have this option that probably deals with the vast majority of those secondary needs. What about the cases that Director Watson brought up where it simply is an impossibility for the kids to continue on site? If we had that in a regular time period, and let's say they were just, you know, they were hospitalized or whatever, there are plans that allow them to continue with the programs that they're in. So is there a way, I would just throw back at you, I don't need an answer tonight, is there a way to do an individualized support where there is impossibility for somebody to be present, but and they require a different approach to services? Because that's how we would normally treat it. We really do need the bulk of our resources focused on the right thing. But I just throw that question at you. The second thing I'd like to throw out there is I understand the need for us to focus this coming year on getting kids back in school. I'm fully on board with that. I also understand that in this virtual time we've had, there are many opportunities that virtual learning has put out there that have been very, very successful for some students or for some needs of some students. And I believe that while we have the innovation and while we have everything, it seems an appropriate time for us to invest a small amount of focus in exploring next year what we might do longer term with remote schooling, and leave the option on the table that we might have a more custom thing that is more appropriate for our kids, that allows for anything from a different credit recovery approach that's more appropriate for our students and that's more accessible, the option for students to access courses that are not offered at their schools, the options for students to access things that maybe even are out of district, similar to what we do with CTE, and allow students to go to other districts. There are many, many powerful things that could be enabled through such a scenario. And I think that now is the time for us not to drop it, but to like take that thread and look at it. But again, the focus for next year is on getting everyone back effectively in person in the best way we can. But those two thoughts I would just leave you with, that can we help the cases of impossibility, and can we look at a longer term investment in remote opportunities that make sense for our kids?
I just have a question on numbers.
I just want to just echo some of the thoughts that were just said there, and then ask the question is, as much as we are focused in devoting resources and getting back to in person, we've always acknowledged that this disruption gives us an opportunity to create something that's better. Historical school did not work well for everyone, so we have an opportunity to do better. So even as we're focusing on creating this new reality that students will have, I think, as was said, that there are some lessons from virtual that could be applied. So will we have someone who's engaged? As I talk with directors from other districts, there is interested in something like a WANIC model. There are possibilities, and I want to know, even as we're focused, do we have some attention to that? And to just dovetail into the budget, do we need to put in some sort of resources to have somebody thinking about that, so that we're continuing to make progress on what education can look like for our students? So I'm hearing enough interest from the board that I would say we would want to see that.
I've had conversations with our executive team and with our instructional team, and we're very interested in something like that as well.
Okay, so that would be something that we could build into the budget going forward.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So then with that, go ahead, Director Sherman.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just trying to still understand it. So the piece I would like to understand, Deputy Superintendent Collins, is like I guess maybe three things. First, the number of students who we are anticipating would elect virtual over in person, on the assumption that in September we have a full in-person offering. Who do you think, from the students you understand, what student need will be met by saying, I prefer to go virtual? That's one. Do we think that there's students who might have in the past done homeschooling, their families would have said, I prefer my child homeschool, who might go from homeschool to virtual? Is that part of a need we are addressing? And then I guess the third question I have is, and I think this was answered before by a conversation that one of us had with Deputy Superintendent DeVita, but would money get diverted from in-person to virtual, or is this something additional we would get from the state or federal government? That is, does this come at the expense of investing in what I think most would say is the optimal model, is to have that interaction in person with your peers? That is generally considered the optimal model, but I realize it doesn't work for everyone. So is there like a zero-sum game element to it?
Yes.
Or is it a whole new bucket of money?
It is not a whole new bucket of money. Thank you for that question. We get a certain amount of it. It's more complicated than just that. So first, let me say this. If it is just a virtual model and it is considered like normal school, then we get a certain amount of money from the state and local, and then part of our funds then will go to supporting this virtual model. And so we pay a third company, but we do not hire necessarily teachers at the same ratios as we would for in-person, right? So it depends on the virtual model that you set up. So you're either going to spend money with a vendor and then staff with staff to support those students, but it would generally be at a different ratio than your what you would staff a normal classroom at. So that's money that you would spend there that you're not spending in your schools. I personally look at it as similar to a choice program. Anytime that you're subdividing your student population, you're taking students from a multitude of schools, you don't get a one-to-one trade-off, right? Like, because these students, I'm taking them from all these different schools, so I'm not taking them in 25 student chunks, where then I take the staff and put it over here. So whenever you subdivide into these choice programs and things like that, it does cost you more because you add administrators, you add support, you add that, and you don't get a one-to-one trade-off for staffing. So it just depends on how big it is and that.
And Melissa,
the other piece is this could be an ALE school, alternative learning. And if that is the case, then it is funded differently, and it is funded at a lower level than students enrolled in our in-person schools. So.
And we don't have information on this from the state yet on whether they're going to be funding virtual at the full enrollment model yet. We don't know. Okay.
Yeah, that I believe we'll get that from the state school board in July timeframe, June or July.
Yeah, the state board is going to do a hearing on that in May. We're trying to testify to give them some feedback that we need to fund that fully for next year because there are kids who must be in remote. They will make a final decision possibly before, but by May as to what percent they fund at and whether or not they write exceptions. I think that there is some belief that there's some wiggle room already there for those students who are very accepted, like that have a major short-term condition, but for a longer-term issue for kids, it doesn't seem like the funding flexibility is there. So it could be that we end up only getting 0.75 for those kids, even though we need to support them. So the push is that we want to push them to a 1.0 on the funding.
So I guess the
We're at
questions I
time.
had
We're at
about the
time.
number, the percentage, will I hear that tonight or is that for a future meeting?
Will we know the percentage number? So it's 0.75 for ALE
Oh,
currently?
I was asking, how many students in our district are we talking about when we talk about setting up a virtual academy? Are we talking?
But they're still doing the survey.
We currently have 124 enrolled, and we were assuming that it could be up to 500. So our initial plan is up to 500 students, grades 6 through 12. But, we're hearing from other districts that we've explored that the numbers are quite small for the interest. And so far, 124.
In terms of the needs and whether there's overlap or not from homeschool, is that something you have?
I don't know, but we did ask for comments in the survey. And when I was reading through the comments, at least early on, I haven't seen them today, there were a lot of comments that said, my student thrived with remote, and that's why I want to take this option. And then there were a few that said, when my student can get a vaccine, then I would like them to come in person. So they're taking this as a temporary precaution, but there were several that said, my student thrived and I would like to have this option. I mean, that was the comment.
So we're pretty much at time here. I think we're going to hopefully be able to make it up in the next area. So there were a couple of themes. I do want to just clarify. So this OSPI, the report, When will we see it before the May 18th meeting? When do we anticipate being able to review it?
We are planning on submitting it next Friday. Next Friday, is that May 14th? Friday, May 14th, the Friday before our Tuesday meeting on May 18th.
Okay, thank you. And then there was mention of examples of the equity tools. Could you please send that to directors as well, since if you already have them, I think that would be useful in our equity work. And then I did want to just highlight, there was a statement made in the budget report that should there be reductions in force, they would go under the current contract based on seniority. So I would like to express myself, and we could get some nods for directors, that as future contracts are negotiated, that perhaps there be different metrics rather than just seniority, especially after what we've seen in this past year. Is there a general consensus around that? Yes. So that would be just something to already indicate that the board would put that direction or parameter in for the future. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to item 6, which is a resolution, emergency waiver of high school graduations credits. My understanding is that the SIFE committee has reviewed this, but who from staff then will be presenting this? Is that you, Mr. Harrison?
Melissa's mic. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I anticipated introducing to you Director Powers of the Teaching and Learning Department to give you an overview. He's not able to tonight, but basically the background on this is the state has extended an opportunity to waive 2 additional credits beyond the 2 credits that can be waived in our current graduation requirements. And this is as a result of the pandemic, obviously, and it's meant to address those situations where students find themselves in a credit deficient place because of unforeseen circumstances because of the pandemic. But in order to provide that opportunity to our students, the legislation is requiring that the board pass a resolution to allow that process to continue. And in addition to the resolution, there needs to be a defined process. And so the background to this is about a month ago, Mr. Powers and I shared both the draft resolution and process with members of the SIFE committee. We got excellent feedback from Directors Malif and Chu. And then we did some cleaning up and tidying it up and a little more consultation with folks in the field. And then on April 23rd in your board update, I provided the draft the resolution and the process for your review. So what we're seeking tonight is hopefully your approval of the resolution. And once that resolution has been adopted by the board, we can begin the process of identifying students and offering that opportunity. Now, we do not anticipate there's a lot of students in our district that will need this additional flexibility, but we want to make sure that if there are, that we have that opportunity for them.
Thank you. So are there any questions, or Directors Chu and Malif, do you want to provide additional comments based on what you've already reviewed?
I don't think there's a lot of flexibility in this. The state has put forth pretty straightforward requirements around what has to be done. Whether or not we're doing the perfect job or the imperfect job, we're going to make sure that the kids have this opportunity. What I am impressed by is that we're not viewing it as a way to just lower the bar and take the standards down for all kids, that our first priority is to help kids actually engage with the learning that they need to, access the learning that they need to try to find ways to make that work. And if all else fails, then to access the waiver process. Director Harrison, is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. The legislation actually requires what they call a good faith effort, and that's exactly what that means. So that I would concur. That's a good addition.
Just one quick question with regards to the process document. This is from mid-April, as you said, and it includes a TBD as far as a representative on the review team. Has that all been finalized? A representative from the MLL department?
That is a question that I do not know the answer to, but I can get that for you.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments, questions regarding the resolution? Director Watson?
Comment, I like it in terms of the good faith effort that you've outlined here. But that means if we already could waive 2 and now we can waive 2 more, that's 4. So again, it's another one of these sadnesses for that amount of loss out of your high school career. But, okay, I just want to acknowledge that.
And that is accurate. And again, there would be very few, if any, students in that situation. But if there are, and they have been impacted in unforeseen ways by the pandemic, then we want to be able to extend that flexibility.
All right, and then we'll receive a report at some juncture regarding how many students.
Yes, in fact, the legislation kind of requires a disaggregated data review. So yes, we can do that.
And at this point, currently, there are no students for whom we are seeking this waiver, that we are still working on the other pathways for them.
Correct.
When is the first date you anticipate any seeking of this waiver?
Once you approve the resolution, then the schools will go through a process of identification to see if there are in fact any students that would benefit from this waiver. Both the school and the student can request the waiver. If the school requests the waiver, the student and family has the opportunity to opt out of that, but we'll be doing an identification process.
Thank you. So I motion that we approve the resolution as presented. We do not have to approve the process document, much like policy versus procedure. However, that process document that's been supplied is how the district intends to carry this out. So if you have any concerns, now's the time.
I'll second the motion.
All right, is there any further discussion? All right, and seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
Thank you,
The
directors.
resolution passes. Thank you. That brings us to item 7, board business policy reviews, governance, oversight, and legislative committee.
All right, I'm going to take us through this a little bit quick, and I also would like to note that there's something in there that's not really GoalCom, but it's sort of GoalCom, so it's buried in there. So one of the things that GoalCom is working on right now, we have several things, but for tonight we had hoped to bring you some WASDA positions. So a WASDA position is just to remind everyone, is the State School Board Association gives us the opportunity to establish like shorter term legislative advocacy items, those are our positions, and also longer term advocacy items, which we can propose them, and then around the state, we get together at a General Assembly and we vote on them, and those become the advocacy platform that WASDA puts all its resources into. And we have successfully gotten our positions that we have submitted about funding for special education, safety, school safety, and several other pieces into that position statement and gotten the benefit of WASDA's advocacy. So we are working on some, but we don't have them done. So here is how this is going to work. Goal committee this year will probably go ahead and put some together, and I'll tell you some of the topics that we're looking at. We will submit them to WASDA, and then we will come May 18th and we will ask you to approve them. And if you don't, we will withdraw them. Or if you make an edit or whatever, we will request that an edit be made because the submission deadline is prior to May 18th. I think it's May 14th or 15th. So we will have to submit prior to our meeting. And I apologize for that, but we have just so many things going on that this couldn't be our top thing right now. So the positions we were looking at are funding allocations for next school year, really pushing the funding to make sure that our district is getting its the funding it needs to provide basic ed, which with this pandemic, it's not. Mental health supports, making sure that, again, our district has access to those because we need them just as much as any district. Comprehensive safety is something that we have submitted multiple times and will probably submit again because we want to make sure that becomes a permanent position of the organization. Same thing with funding for special education because we still are not up to the full funding that we need. Testing requirements, there's a lot of talk about changing how we think about testing, and we want to make sure that our district has an opportunity to define some of that. So we've been talking to Melissa and to Eva. I've been talking to staff, and so we're trying to put together a position that will reflect our needs in that space. The ALE, you heard about the alternative learning educational programs and long-term funding and flexibility for remote learning. Having a position on that doesn't say that we necessarily have to invest in a remote school, but if we don't have a position in that advocates for full funding, we will likely be left with, whenever we have to do those services, or if we choose to try to do them, we will only have access to 0.75 of the funding, a fraction of the funding, and the regionalization adjustments are also not made to it. So it's even less than 3/4 of what we get per student. So if we don't have a position advocating for that, that'll be an issue. We may have something related to some of the equity work that we're doing, but that we hadn't fully explored that. And if there's something else that anyone here wants us to explore in the next week or so that we have to do this, please let us know what positions you want us to work on. That's what we have in the hopper. And then in addition to that, another district that through the advocacy work that Director Wiest and I have been doing with regional other school districts in our region, we actually do have a position that we contributed to, but that isn't written by us, that's being presented by another school district, and they've asked if we would co-sponsor it. So I have it here tonight. I'd like to show it to you. We can choose to vote on that, or we can choose to just say no, they're on their own, or we can tell them we need a little more time because they sent us the final version of it this morning. We need a little more time to consider it, so maybe you can add our name later after you submit it based on our May 18th meeting. So that position is in board docs. And if you take a quick look at it, is it possible to put that on the screen? Thank you. And I don't want to take too much time. This is a position about remote learning, and we just want to support legislation that says that we recognize that remote learning is a valid modality of basic education, basic and special education, not so that we can use it as an excuse not to do other learning, but to offer it in those cases where it makes the most sense, so that it be fully funded, including any regionalization or other applicable local adjustments. And those actions should allow students to take some or all courses through these programs. That's the position statement. It's just that one paragraph. And then the rationale talks about the different types of possibilities that this would open. These things are not very open to us at this time because we really can't afford to invest in this at a 0.75 no regionalization funding model. So we can do it or not do it, but what this position does is it affords us the potential opportunity to do it in a funded way. And I have checked this with our staff, so I don't know if Eva, or if Deputy Superintendents Collins and DeVita have any comments that they want to share on whether or not this would be useful.
Yeah, I reviewed it and I think it would be very useful to get full funding for this type of a program. It would allow us to have more options for our students if we move forward with a virtual option.
I just want to understand though that, meaning if it's fully funded, then does it take it out of the, it still is similar to what you were saying in the sense that If you compare how resources go, let's say the full high school or the regular elementary school, it does come a little bit, I would say, it's not the right use of terms, but at the expense of like those models.
Right, so if we just take, I'm just going to use Puesta del Sol as an example. So Puesta del Sol takes kids from all the different schools in the district, and they have, I don't know, 500 and something students, and let's say that they have 15 teachers. We don't get 15 teachers out of the other schools where those students come from, because they come like 10 students from this school and 8 from that school, maybe all the different grade levels, right? So we're creating this new school opportunity without reducing the cost of any of the schools where those students are coming from, right? And so the same thing is applicable here, that we're increasing our costs without reducing the costs where other students are coming from. But getting full funding is better than not getting any funding. And that's why the decision to move forward with this type of model needs to be an active decision, not just because we did it this year and so we're just going to continue to offer it. I just would like it to be an active decision that the districts makes, that this is a strategic thing for us to do, and yes, we want to do it.
Yeah, my comment with this is that I think the reason that virtual and ALEs have been funded less, I mean, there are many, and some of them are kind of pointed out there, but the concern is that it's to me missing a phrase, which would be something along the lines of, at the end of the first sentence, that would say, as long as in-person options are also fully available to students. So I just want to be really cognizant that in our, back to buildings COVID adjusted time, we made our statement clear, these are the expectations for fall. But then we ended up spending a lot of time talking about virtual or remote. And it makes sense because we are dedicated to each and every student, and we want to make sure that we aren't leaving students out, even when we say the major modality is this, which will be full-time in person in the fall. And yet I can understand that if people were just listening, they would think, but you spend more time on virtual. And this position would also then seem that it's all about remote learning, because it doesn't caveat that full-time in-person is the main mode, or it even needs to be an option. And so I understand that some of our fellow districts have already probably signed off on this version, but that's my concern about signing off on this one as it's written at this time.
So you and I, Francine, had an opportunity to give feedback on this. So, and the district that has proposed it has already passed it. So I don't think that we can force that in. We can at conference. We can make that proposal. We can also make that proposal now, but I don't think they'll be able to, because the board has passed it.
I understand that, and I realize that it didn't come up before, but that's where I'm standing. So I don't think this is bad in and of itself. I think, though, in the context of where we are now, without that phrasing, it sends a very mixed or confused message. And that's what I'm cognizant of. So I don't think I could support it right now as written, but if the rest of the board, because overall, I think there are advantages of it, right? I believe in the concept. I just believe that without that caveat, it could be misunderstood. And down the road, if WASDA advocates for that and somehow it is at the expense of full-time in person, that would not be the intention. And so that's just my
So
concern.
why don't we take it back, see if there's any possibility of making that change?
I think we should hear from
we can hear
everyone
from
else.
other people, but we could take it back and tell them that we'd be willing to vote on it if that change were made at the next meeting. But give us other feedback, because we have a chance to.
Mine is just, I'm still trying to understand better where in the set of, I'd say, priorities for our district, virtual learning will sit. I do appreciate, you know, very compelling for me is, you know, there might be students who want to take a college class or gain an internship or addressing anxiety. There's all sorts of, I think, compelling reasons to have this opportunity. What I don't know is at what cost, because everything has a cost and it comes at the cost of potentially something else. That's what I'm trying to understand. And that's why I wanted to understand better, what are the needs expressed by the students? Because there's certainly, if you build it, they will come. And I'm not trying to divert away from, or in any way have the consequence or the collateral damage be that we somehow get away from our in-person, the value that we see of in-person peer interaction somehow, being seen as less supported or less clear, I'd say, as a district, that's what we think is the optimal scenario for students. And that seems different than the able for a student who, let's say, is sick, they've broken their leg or they have a flu, to be able to participate in class through concurrent, you know, the concurrent model, to be able, this is completely different. And so that would resonate with me, but this, I guess I just don't fully understand the potential ramifications, including to our certificated staff and the other, maybe the things that we haven't thought through fully. So that's where my reservation comes. I need to understand it better, and I'm not quite there yet.
All right, and anything from Director Malif or Director Watson on this?
No, I think it's most of my questions were covered sort of prior.
Something, you know, I really
Mike.
Oh, sorry. This is something I felt like I really could have used in my own family. You know, where we talk about the electives not currently available. That advanced math course that they can't have that year at that school would have solved a lot of problems. But I also recognize that we have to examine the trade-offs, then not take away from the in-person experience. But no, I feel like I could get behind this.
All right, so I mean, we could vote to support this tonight, but I feel like we could do the due diligence and just go, we should just go back and see what else we can do. I also just want to comment as we kind of end this conversation about it, that there are short-term impacts, which is why I agree with the district's approach for next year. In general, I do think we should look into some of the impossibility situations, as I refer to them, take another look. But I agree with the approach we're taking next year to not invest in this because we need to be focused on the right things. But I also believe that the number of things this opens up for our students when we're trying to talk about our obligation to individualize education is pretty profound. It's not trivial, it's profound. And I think that the temporary adjustments that are made, we need to keep those in perspective. We have multiple choice programs, and those impacts on our non-choice schools over time stabilize. And when they don't stabilize, we adjust through districting. Like, we don't need to maintain a whole bunch of schools that don't have enough, you know, that are on the borderline of kids or whatever. We could say, well, the district lines are different, so like saying I'm afraid to do this for a temporary adjustment that will take a couple of years to stabilize. I don't want to be short-sighted, so I would want to understand more deeply what those implications look like and how we could sort them out. So that's our report on WASDA positions. There are other things Schoolcom is working on. We're going to at our next meeting, we will be looking at there's some policies, and also we're going to talk to Deputy Superintendent Collins about the annual and strategic planning work and how the board will fit into that, how we can liaise for that effectively. And I think there's one other thing around, advocacy. So the legislative session is over. We did not get everything we needed from the budget. In short, we got some transportation stabilization dollars. We got shortchanged in all other enrollment stabilization categories that I know of. We were really shafted in the way that the dollars were given out by the federal government, and effectively the state used a few loopholes to jump through so that they could use those dollars to supplant their own obligations for basic education during COVID for us this year. So it is really a disappointment where that all landed. So we will be doing a debriefing takedown on our advocacy work and how we can strengthen that. It's great that we got the transportation dollars, and there are a few other small things that we got, and we're excited about those. We want to be even more impactful in our advocacy work. So we'll debrief that and carry on, and we will follow up with our legislators with appropriate appreciation and asks. Anything you would add, Director Serafin?
No, except that I am grateful to you because you did a lot on this, more than I have in the last few weeks. So I just wanted to thank you and acknowledge that.
Sure. All right. We're all kind of in this together, and life is crazy.
Thank you. All right, so I see that there aren't particular policy reviews for SIFE or FinOps. So I will say that for FinOps, we did have a couple of policies, but considering that the Goal 2 report was moved into this session, we'll see if we have time to bring some of those policies up.
We do have a SIFE update that's significant. So when you're ready.
That's right. Okay. So let me just finish in saying that. So we do have some policies that are ready from FinOps, and we'll see if we can bring them in the next meeting, depending on how the timing for the agenda works. But that's right. So if you want to tell us about the additional outreach.
Yeah. Geez, now I don't have it in front of me. All right. The Director Malif is probably going to give us the bulk of this update. I just want to give you the framework update. So the framework update is that we've done 2 of our small group focus groups. We had originally envisioned them, as we told you at the last meeting, as a broader outreach to like all of our community, of Latinx descent, but what we ended up doing is doing some smaller focus group discussions, which we think are a good entree into really building better relationships and more opportunities. So we've done 2, and we are waiting to schedule the next 2 that are based on affinity groupings or subgroups. Which will be students with special needs and our Black families and Black students will be the next 2 that we're scheduling. In addition, we are looking to schedule a focus group conversation with our educators of color and our student advisory group. And our student advisory group has given us a date. So it's the first one on the short list. And it is May 26th now I'm going to get it wrong because I had it in front of me. May 26th at 1:30 p.m. And we have at least one of us can go, but as we said, we'd like to have one other board director. Francine, are you available on May 26th at 1:30?
I'm checking. You want to go? I will be available, yes.
Okay, and we'll send the dates out for the other opportunities to people. So what we're trying to do for this first set this year is to have Director Malif or I attend plus another director. And if it has to be the 2 of us, we will attend, but we want to give everyone opportunities to kind of jump in there. So we'll follow up on that. We'll let you know on the other dates. The additional groups that we're setting up are staff and community groups. And so we have a proposed date, but I didn't circle back yet on the proposed date. I think it's actually next week for a family group. I gotta check. No, it might be the week after. So I will get you the date on the family groups. We're trying to do 2 or 3 during the day, so everyone could sign up to go to one. One of us might have to go to 2 if we do 3 of them, but we're just going to let folks come in. We may have a limit of the number of people who can attend. We're not recording these. These are not open public meetings. They're small group discussions with 2 board directors. So that's the family ones. And then the staff ones, there will probably be 3 sets with staff. For some groups of staff, they're so large, we may have 2 or 3. We'll have one with probably just group our certificated educators together. So it'll be teachers and counselors and so forth. And we'll do 2 or 3 sessions. and we will limit the number of people who can sign up for them. But by having multiple sessions, we're hoping that we get a good sampling, a good mix of people. We may send pre-invites out to a random sample of people that to make sure that we have a semi-random sample of people that like represent all the different groups and give them a chance to sign up, and then just open it up to whomever. And then we'll also have a group with our leadership. So that would be like building leaders, district leaders, department heads. And that'll probably be one meeting. Again, we may have limited signups for that. And then the third group, which may require 2 meetings, will be all of our other staff, which includes classified staff, nutrition, bus drivers, etc. So we're working on getting those signed up. And we just want to be clear, these are not with our labor negotiations. These are just open communications with groups of staff in the district, between the board and the staff, to just open those communications up and have lots of productive things about how we're going to start strong together. End strong, start strong. So that's the deal. As soon as we have dates, we'll ask you to sign up. So the 2 that we met with already are our Latinx group and our Asian Pacific Islander group. We had 5 families, five representatives from families in our Latinx community, and we had 3 representatives from families in our Asian Pacific Islander group. One of those was receiving only special education services through the district and was homeschooling. So it was a smaller sample than we hoped for, but it was a great conversation. There were some common themes, and Director Malif is going to give you some of the highlights, and I'll fill in anything else that we missed.
Right, so I'll try to keep it short because we're out of time, but as Director Chu said, it was a really great conversation. It was very interesting because the 2 groups were so very different in terms of their families, in terms of the situations they had in their schools, but there were common themes that ran through both. One of which was sort of general, a feeling that their students weren't learning as much in the remote system, regardless of what their grades were. There were students who were getting great grades, and they were fine, they're, according to their transcript, they're getting excellent grades, but I'm worried about next year. And that was true for both groups. One of the other interesting things I noted was families that had chosen full remote and were very happily in full remote, and their students were doing very well, were also very adamant, oh no, we're going back to school next year. We've been enjoying the time at home with our kids and having them be at home, but we want them back in school. We want them with their peers. So I thought those themes were very interesting. Some of the other things that came up were really around, these things that the district doesn't work, and you will not get responses from us. Like our surveys don't work on phones, and a lot of our families primarily use their phone. They don't have good internet connectivity at home, or they don't have a computer that the parents are using, only the district computers. And so, just little things like that where like, oh, you won't get responses because they can't access it. Overall, it was a really, one of the other things I really noted for both groups was we're here because we want to support our community and give feedback to the board from our community. Individually, they're working really hard. Their families are struggling, as all families are, but their focus is how can we help? What can we do to support all kids within our communities? Director Chu?
Yeah, that's great sampling of what we heard. There were a few other things that I'll highlight as well. Both groups gave us an absolute appreciation for the instructors, the teachers, and the building staff that their kids interact with every day. They talked about how much they worked hard, how much they tried. The outreach to families was generally deeply appreciated on the local communication level, like from the teacher to the families. That level of communication was deeply appreciated. Another thing that did come up, however, was the current circumstances are simply not feasible. Multiple families just talked about how desperate they have been to get their middle and high schoolers back. One woman talked about how, as a single parent, she's got 3 or 4 kids at home, and she's constantly going like home on her lunch break to check on her kids and see if they're on task, and they're not quite on task. Another person was talking about they're having to pay $80 for this low-level basic internet service, which is a huge stretch as it is. They're paying that basic service, and with the 4 kids in the house, they can't get all of them the bandwidth to be online consistently. So constantly their kids are off. Another one of them said, our kids are back to school. My kid hasn't done a single math assignment all year. They finally went back to school, and after one day being in class, that he is completely determined to make up all of his math assignments. He's on it, and he's going to work with his teacher and try to do that. But the narrative that we have heard, that while people are worried about the disproportionate risks in some communities, the need to have their students back in a different learning environment is much higher. The feasibility of dealing with 2 to 3 hours of time trying to get their kids dropped off and picked up to the elementary and middle school levels for 2 and 3 hours a day and do them both at the same time has been nearly impossible, especially on a working schedule. In both groups, even those who chose to pull their kids out, they did talk about the social impacts of being isolated and how important it was, like if there was a sibling around, or to have a pod group to be with. But those parents were at the ones who were able to set up a pod group or something, were those parents who were able to be at home and do that. Those others who couldn't wouldn't do it. So there were a lot of struggles that they revealed in a deeply respectful way. Nobody whined at us, nobody yelled at us, nobody was disrespectful about any staff or the efforts that were made. They just talked about the pain and difficulty and challenges this presented to them. And Deputy Superintendent Collins was actually there with us, as was Mr. Harrison. And we had Carrie Lang, our nurse, came and listened as well. And I swear there was someone else that I'm forgetting. Was Naomi there? Shamari Jones was there, and I thought Naomi showed up for one of them. Yeah, Naomi Calvo was there, and so we had, and Dr. Aramaki, were you there as well? I swear. All right. So anyway, we had a lot of people who came to just listen. So, Deputy Superintendent Collins, is there anything you would add to what we've said?
No, I think that really summed it up, and it hit home, especially those personal stories. And every parent started with the positives, and every parent spoke very positively about teachers. That came through loud and clear. And yet the circumstances were heartbreaking, and they're trying to make it work. But it was really, really a personal challenge, almost to a family. The story about the student who hadn't done any work but was in high school, and as soon as school started back up in person, he said, I'm going to stay after school and get every assignment completed, was pretty amazing. The other thing was that one of the parents referred to our grading as sympathy grades.
They did, and they said that the expectations were low expectations, and the content wasn't sufficient. They didn't feel like the learning was sufficient this year.
May I just add one very quick thing that, to me, a real highlight was at the end of the session with our Latinx families. Director Malif closed and thanked everybody there in Spanish, and it was beautifully done. And the smiles on the faces of the participants was kind of a highlight for me. So thank you, Erica. That was awesome.
Yeah. So there's a lot of power in sharing that language, and it was pretty awesome that Erica spent the time to do it. And these families were just awesome in what they shared. Does anyone have questions for us? Because if you can attend a session when we send out the dates, I really encourage you to. These have been, and I will just also call out appreciation for. Now I'm going to get Gargi's last name wrong. Trishelle. Somebody help me, Soda. Trishelle. So Gargi Trishelle and helped us set these up. And what she did is she reached out to families. I think they were both folks who are serving on the advisory group, and asked those folks to get us connected with families in the community and to bring them in. And the work she did was really tremendous. And so if you are able to And Tish is just providing a ton of support and logistics to make this happen. So lots of people are working on it. If you are able, as soon as we send out a date, please snag one if you're available. We'd love to let
I
everyone.
just want to thank you both for doing that. And for reporting back in such detail. That's really valuable.
Okay, so great. So we appreciate that, and I think it just adds to the various ways that we are working and listening to our community. So we appreciate people who write in for public comments. A lot of those themes have come through. We certainly appreciate the work that Mr. Jones did in reaching out with students and families, and we heard a lot of those same themes as well. And then now we're doing another area of outreach, really trying to meet our community where they're at. Right? We're not expecting them just to come to us or just to submit public comment or come here. So really meeting our community where we're at, and we're hearing these consistent themes. So it really, I think, should galvanize us in terms of what needs to be done to be able to support students going forward, and where we had gaps this year that really need to be filled in. So with that, we will move to the executive committee. Director Watson will present this. There's never a good time to do this. We wanted to do it 2 years ago, but the timing didn't seem right. And then last year, we were limited in some of the work that we could bring forward to the board during the early part of the pandemic. So now it's here, it's timely. So go ahead.
Okay, so I want to turn your attention to a proposed new policy here that would be, I'm trying to find out. Of course, whenever you have everyone's attention, you can't find what you're looking at. All right.
Why don't we put maybe the memo up first?
So,
Mr. Bartz, if you could put the memo up first, because I think that provides the rationale and the things that need to be considered.
So basically what this is a model policy that comes from WASDA. This possibility has been on the state law books for quite a while, where a school board director could be paid basically $50 for a day's work or a meeting or part of a day. And there's a cap on it to $4,800 in a year. So it's not a huge amount of compensation. And I think this was first put in, it doesn't say here, but I think it was back in the 80s. So basically, the idea is that would cover transportation and maybe a sitter for that evening for like a 3 or 4 hour board meeting. Now, the amount probably doesn't even cover that. But anyway, let me go on with some of the rationale and some of the things about it. This is not going to be for us, the sitting members, because you don't vote to reimburse yourself or pay yourself money. So it's not going to be for us. And it would just, maybe $50 would just about, it wouldn't really cover the sitter, but that's what it is in the state law. The reason why I really wanted us to think about this, it could be up to $4,800 a year, so it's going to be less than $25,000 in total, was that a number of years ago, there was a really involved advocate who really wanted to be on the school board. And, but she was a single mom and an hourly worker, and she just couldn't swing it financially. And so this might not be enough money to help with that, but at least I feel like we've done what we could do within what the constraints that we have to try to make sure that, sometime in the future, this person may come along again. And so that's what this is for. It'd be just enough to defray some of the expenses, but not enough to, make anyone run for school board for the glory of the money.
So directors, are there any questions in there? We do indicate that this is brought up primarily for equity, and the quotations you can see directly from the RCW indicate that it is to try to attract the broadest possible field so that the electorate can choose qualified candidates for its school boards. We have confirmed that the funding would be available. You can see in the policy also that any director could choose not to take the funding, so it's just as available. It still needs a resolution to authorize it, And then we gave you exactly the model policy, but there are a couple of things that we could tweak, but we decided to just present it as is. So are there any comments, Director Chu?
I have a quick comment and a question. The comment is I really appreciate that you guys did this. This is a really important piece. And I'd like to point out that it fits in with a broader strategy that we have in ensuring that we have more equitable voice participation across our community. Part of what we're doing on SIFE to have all those forums isn't just to listen to people, it is to ensure that we elevate everyone's voices so that they are part of the direction setting and that they're connected to the organization. So when it comes time for people to volunteer to be part of different committees in the district, when it comes time for them to participate with their kids' schooling, and when it comes time for elected office, that more people feel connected and informed and are able to do so. And this is just one more piece of that puzzle where it enables a greater percentage of people to step up. The question I have is actually in regards to that. You said this number of dollars clearly doesn't quite cut it for some folks because of the burden that it puts. Is there any way for us to adjust this, or is this the ceiling?
I think it's the ceiling. It's my understanding. It's in the state law.
Okay.
It has been brought forward by directors in our neighboring districts that they might be asking for WASDA to put forward a position that could then be lobbied for a change. But we pasted the exact RCW in, so that is the ceiling. Again, it's not meant to be, even though it's called compensation, it's not meant to be pay. It's really a recompense. And we have another policy that allows that payment, for example, for convention fees. But really it's limited to that. Any other questions or comments?
No, only that this is Seema Seraph, and I just hope people are listening. This is not about the board seeking to pay itself. This is about us ensuring that for a future board member, they don't have the impression that they have to be sufficiently affluent to be able to do board work and have it come out of their own pocket. That we do open the opportunity, which we've been asked about before. I think to the scenario that Carolyn mentioned, but also others have just said, why don't you do this? You'll get a more diverse board going forward. So this is a forward-thinking opportunity, and I'm grateful to Director Watson for bringing this before us. So thank you.
Are there any modifications? We did look at some surrounding districts. Some do have this in place pretty much as is, but we can certainly entertain any modifications before we bring it for second reading. None? All right. So we would like to bring this back for second reading at the next meeting, and that's because that's still during filing week. So if this were to impact someone's decision, they could know whether or not it had passed. All right, and then if any director does come up with something, or you really want it to say director instead of member consistently, just let me know. All right, thank you, director. So with that brings us to our break. We are running behind time, so I'm gonna say, make it a short break till 6:30. I see that the item on the consent agenda also has been posted. So you get a break, but you also have to look at that. So as soon as we can come back, we can do the consent agenda. Thanks. We're in recess for 5 minutes. Muted. All right. Thank you. We are back and we're on back to consent agenda. And so we're going to review the consent agenda. Are there any comments on the consent agenda?
Yeah, so in terms of the consent agenda, I would like to pull one item out and like have us vote on the thing and then talk about this one item. And the one item is the classified staff report. And it'll take me a second to figure out what number that was. Oh, there it is, 2.4. It's in 2.4.
2.4. Okay. We'll pull 2.4. Anything else? All right, so I'll just make a comment. I appreciate that item 2.8 was posted. I think I just had a question, which was how the locations are selected. I think that would just be good to know generally. I know in the past, for example, there has been a Spanish program at Puesta del Sol, which is going to be centrally located in our district, but it's not one of the locations that was chosen. So perhaps just some insight into why some, but not all schools.
Yeah. So hi, Heather Edlund, Executive Director for Teaching and Learning. I'm happy to talk a little bit about the selection of the locations for early learning programming. So we did base that on the vision that we have with respect to trying to move towards our universal pre-K for our students who are most in need. And so we did align the services to the locations where the students in need are already typically there by based on our demographic data. So the selection of the program was based on that. As an example, with respect to the question that you have right now for Spanish speaking programming, we're going to offer that at the schools where we have dual language programming, which is also where we are looking at having universal pre-K available. So Lake Hills and Stevenson are the selected sites for Spanish programming, and not Puesta del Sol, so that we can provide the language of instruction in the students' home and family language at those locations. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. I don't know if you have specific questions about locations that are on the list.
Does anyone else? Director Chu?
This is on the early learning piece, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah. We're not quite there.
I have a question on the tuition. Is that per month, per day? It's not really labeled in the table.
Yeah, thank you. That's a month. We charge a monthly tuition.
Okay. And do you know how it compares?
Yes,
other
we did
preschools in the area?
Sorry, I did not mean to cut you off. Yes, I didn't realize that was still going to come. More questions were going to come, or more parts of that question. So we do a market analysis every year. We are in the lower third of the market so we do a market comparison, and you can see we have a very minimal increase. Per our board requirements, we need to run neutral. We can't cost money for this program to run, and so therefore this small increase will cover our costs for programming, as well as the increase that we have with respect to COVID mitigation. So a little bit of an increase in the indirects.
And one other question, what is the impact of this to anyone who's doing tuition assistance on this program? So if is tuition assistance an all or nothing deal, or are there any partial deals? And if there's a partial situation, how does that impact?
Yeah. So there are sliding scales and grants. So we've, and it depends a lot on programming, because we have lots of different, so we have ECAP eligibility, for example, right? And so if you're ECAP eligible, you'll get one set of kind of tuition waiver. If you're coming in another program, there's another set of tuition waivers for sliding scale. So it would probably be more helpful maybe if I put in the Friday report how the various fee waivers work based around what families are eligible.
Can you give me a general sense tonight, since we have to vote tonight on it?
Yeah,
I just want to understand, it looks like you've got a $20, $25, and $25 increase set up, which isn't huge, but right now it could feel awfully huge to some families. So I just want to understand, if they are already receiving assistance, are they going to absorb a full $25 increase?
No, we actually, so I think the bottom line of your question is, are we ever having to like have families who can't come to preschool because of financial strain? And we never turn any families away. We always figure out either through our City of Bellevue grant or some other way so we have not yet had to have any family not be able to participate in preschool due to either a financial increase we've had in the past, or do we anticipate that this $25 increase would cause that to occur?
Great. Any other questions? All right, so thanks for those answers. And I believe at least last year we had that more market analysis piece. And so here overall, it seems like the rates were small, but then maybe at least next year to be sure that we see that in the report. I think that would be helpful for directors. And then maybe a sense either coming up or sometime in the future to understand better how we are supporting. So, who's paying this full freight and how are we supporting and what the breakdown of families are, especially if this program is something that's going to become, is going to continue to evolve. I think understanding it sooner rather than later would be helpful. Anything else? Okay, so with that, we've pulled item 2.4 from the consent agenda. We could have pulled this one as well. I didn't realize there'd be that many questions, but since those have been resolved, aside from 2.4, I motion to approve the consent agenda.
A second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. No further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so the consent agenda passes, and then we are now considering item 2.4. Director Watson.
Yeah, hi. On 2.4, I have a host of questions, and it's because we've been receiving, as some of you know, a lot of email from the community around the Boost program. And it says, so anyway, I got an email and I replied back and I said, the board, this is operational, purely operational, and the board did not weigh in on the Boost decision, and it's considered, because of the way we do the balanced governance, it's just, not something we weigh in on. And then I heard back that, well, you had these resolutions, and I'm pretty sure it's one of your resolutions. So then some further digging, and there is a resolution on December 1st where the board lays off 72 employees, and the 72 employees, it's very, I was under the impression that it was like the bus drivers and the nutrition services that, you don't have work for them, so you gotta lay them off, and then, with the union rules and everything, when there's work, they'll be called back. And so that's kind of where I left it. But I'm wondering, looking at that list of the people that we riffed at that point, are any of those people that got riffed in that board resolution on December 1st, are they Boost people? And can we clarify the terminology between Boost and early learning? And, I think I've got early learning and ECAP, but Boost and early learning, it's muddled.
It is. Director Watson, Jeff Thomas, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, and I want to be, I'm going to thread the needle a little bit because a lot of this potentially is bargaining related that we should cover in a closed session, but I am going to be able to speak to the items that really are about the contract itself. The employees that we did the reduction in force with in December were from the entirety of what previously was the early learning program, which had mixed ECAP, preschool, and childcare all together. And previously, we had just made the decision to separate the two programs. In other words, the childcare separate from preschool when the pandemic hit. And so that separation was based upon the review from the University of Washington that I believe Eva and Heather would have more specific information, but it was aligned with the recommendation going forward around the program. The employees laid off, we did everything we could to keep them in furlough status, but there was no work for them. So we went from a whole bunch of sites to just a handful of sites as we dealt with the pandemic. And we tried to keep them on as long as we could, but at some point we didn't have any work showing up. And many of the employees we also were placing in other district positions along the way. And we're continuing to do that. So those employees were laid off in that time period. The employees on this agenda are employees who have resigned for other reasons or were not part of the layoff. So in other words, if an employee gets laid off, unless we rehire them and then they resign again, this will be a different set of employees.
So under the rules that govern negotiations and not revealing those things, is there any way you can tell me whether where were the Boost employees? I mean, were they part of the 72?
Yes.
Okay, and that was December, and then in January, you might have started considering, other options. I mean, that you were trying to say something without saying it, but
I would recommend that we cover that in a closed session with the board.
But I wonder if I can say publicly that if I had known when we had that resolution of the 72, that some of them were going to be in a situation that involved outsourcing, I would not have voted for that. I did not know that. And so that's why I'm pulling this out now, so that I don't wind up voting to outsource somebody without a deeper discussion.
May I ask one other question about this? I just want clarification that I feel is now muddy. I thought I was clear on. When we have resignations listed in these reports, are they voluntary, or are any of those, do we ever present something that is a furlough or a layoff as if it were a resignation?
Dr. Chu, no, we do not.
They're different, right? They're distinct and different.
It is distinct. Now, what will happen is if we have an employee that we've been trying to contact and we can't get a hold of them through email, through phone calls, through any written correspondence, and there's no, they're not coming to work or anything like that, then they may be identified as a resignation as opposed to, for example, a job abandonment or something like that. But a resignation really is that separation. If the district were going to take the initiative, either through like a termination for cause, a furlough, or a reduction in force, it's going to be listed very specifically.
Thank you for clarifying. And does the situation where the resignation is not specifically initiated by, or at least confirmed by the employee, that scenario you described where the employee just disappears, is that frequent? Like how many of those might we have in a year?
I couldn't give you a number, but does it happen fairly often? It does.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And sometimes it's because employees may move out of the area and we just never know or find out.
All right, Director Watson, did you have your questions answered?
So am I sure that tonight, whatever I'm being asked to vote on, it's not touching the outsourcing question?
Director Watson, no.
Okay.
All right, any further?
I think on that line of questioning, just so that we're full transparency on everything, there were in the financial report raised the issue of pending layoffs. And I don't think those are based on outsourcing, but since there were pending layoffs that we have not been asked to vote on tonight, because we're waiting to get, as I understand it, we're waiting to get state numbers so we actually know what those numbers are, and the board would be, no? So are we voting on? All right, so I guess I'd like clarification.
You're not voting on the reduction in force that may be required for the certificated staff, and that's because we're working through staffing tomorrow. So, some schools are losing staff, some schools are adding staff, different people have different qualifications. And so that meeting, they have it every year, is tomorrow to look at who's getting placed where. There will be some transfers that need to occur and other things. And then we'll take and bounce it against who's retiring, who's resigning, who's already have leaves of absence before we know then what a reduction of force could or should look like. We'd rather do all that work beforehand as opposed to other districts will do a reduction in force and then call people back. So that's kind of the different options out there. And we'd rather not like reduce more people than we need to and then call them back. We'd rather work through all this and then do
So
what
to be clear,
we would need to do.
We're not asked to approve tonight any reductions in force. There were some presented as potential. And then like that there's potentially going to be some. We weren't asked to, and even within the scope of what was introduced tonight, whatever comes of that in terms of needing to reduce force, none of that is about outsourcing. All of that is solely based on an enrollment issue. Is that
That is
correct?
based on us aligning staffing with enrollment post-pandemic, the way that it was pre-pandemic.
Thank you. So yeah, Director Watson, I just wanted to make sure that any of the.
Yeah, no, I understand that there are budget constraints. And there's essential pain around the fact that there's some staff that we just don't have work for. But I do see that in a very different category if someone, could potentially be called back if there was work.
Yes.
So I just wanted to clarify that.
And I'll add one more piece to this. Anybody who has been laid off, they have what are called recall rights in each of their collective bargaining agreements, and we continue to work through those. When we get to a point at the end where we're through these difficult times, part of our human resource strategy is going to go back and try and rehire as many people as we possibly can over the course of the next couple of years. The layoff is essentially the last resort. We try and do everything else before we do a layoff. And that's why the previous layoffs we've done with the board, I've tried to be very, very clear and independent with an action item so people can see and know that we put everything on the table around what was going on with the need to reduce the employees.
All right, well, thank you for that clarification. And again, I know that's something that we had asked before about the recall rights. And so it seems like that's ongoing, it's continuing, and is the standard.
Yes.
Okay, anything else? All right.
Motion that we approve item 2.4 as presented in the consent agenda.
Second, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Yes.
All right. The motion carries with one abstention. That brings us to item 9. So directors, we are 50 minutes behind schedule. I will entertain either a motion to extend time for this meeting or to reduce discussion time.
I would move to reduce discussion. Well, are there things within the agenda that anybody thinks that we can carry over?
Well, the only thing really left at this point is this topic. Board business planning, all reports should be written. Agenda planning, you can let me know. So that would cover that. If there's any new business, we gain 10 minutes from there. Do you want to make a motion?
What if we motion to handle this for until 7:15 and then we revisit how much additional time we want to add so that we can get really focused and see what it is we need to spend time talking about. But to motion that at 7:15 we do a time check and see how much time we need on this topic.
All right, so Director Chu moves, yes, that we go till 7:15, and then I'd like to just amend that and say that we start with item 9.3 quickly to see if we can get that done, and then go into the remainder. Is there a second?
I would second that, meaning start with 9.3, then go to 9.1 and 2.
Yes. And sorry, Dr. Chu.
I accept the
And
amendment
9.1
or
and
whatever.
2 are the same.
Right.
9.1 and 9.2 are the same.
Yeah. Okay, great. So everyone in agreement with that? Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so that carries, and why don't we go ahead? So Deputy Superintendent Collins, if we could cover summer school and then launch into the rest of the goal 2 discussion.
Thank you. And I'm calling on Heather Edlund, our Executive Director for Teaching and Learning.
Yeah, thank you. There should be a overview document. Yeah, thank you. So I won't go through all of the detail given that we're on an abbreviated time, but I'm gonna kind of hit some highlights just so that you know, and I can answer some questions that you may have. So as you saw in the guidance that Melanie provided earlier today, one of the things that's in the requirements from OSPI is for us to be looking at our summer programming. And that was supposed to be for the purpose of being really strategic and intermediate and immediate for students in terms of recovery and acceleration. And so one of the things that we've been doing is really thinking about as our system, how we layer our levels of mitigation, if you will, with respect to recovery and acceleration for students. So I heard some question and discussion from the board earlier about what are all the things that are going to be happening for students in order to know where they are, what are we going to do in the fall, et cetera. I want to keep in mind that this is just one portion of what we're doing with respect to accelerating and recovering for students. So with respect to that, we are looking at what is described in the OSPI plan as tailored acceleration. And that's based around a few different things. One, you'll see a reference to the program review that was shared with you January of last year, right before we hit the pandemic, as well as kind of our current state, our current data. So what's in the academic report that you see, that you'll be seeing later today, and then what we'll be seeing in the student wellbeing report that's coming up with respect to the next board meeting, May 18th. So we are focusing on a programming we're going to default to in-person programming, though we will have virtual options available for families if they select to participate in that. We will be focusing on academics and on social emotional learning. At elementary, we'll have a focus on both literacy and math, which you can see presented in there. We'll be serving from 600 to 1,000 students, depending on that. It will be in a tutoring type of model. We will start with offering opportunities to our BSD educators if they are interested in providing that. However, we also have been contacting the OSPI approved tutoring agencies to identify if they would have capacity to also support that, just to ensure that we have the staffing resource to meet the need. Through that, we've been able to also identify that we would have tutors available in both Spanish and Chinese that would be available to provide support to students in their first language, should that be necessary. So that's kind of it in a nutshell for the elementary academic portion. With respect to social emotional learning, actually, I'll go through all the academic pieces, and then we'll come back to social emotional learning. So for secondary students, we are focusing on 2 areas, one being recovery and math. It's our area where we're seeing the greatest need. And given that we have we need to target our resources to the short term, again, doing the tailored acceleration. So looking at the standards that students may have missed on the data reports that we have, and targeting our instruction to that through a tutoring model. So at middle school, we have approximately 180 students right now who, through our data analysis, are looking like would benefit from that math intervention, who we'll be inviting for a tutoring support program. At secondary, also we'll be focusing on the credit recovery for students who have any of those wide variety of grades we now offer that may show that the students were not meeting standards. And so making sure that they're getting those in the 4 core areas. Based on our data analysis right now, it looks like we have approximately 450 students who are at jeopardy for not getting credit for one of the 4 core areas. So we will be providing instruction for those students. All of that instruction is free of charge.
Can I ask a question? And of course, if I had absorbed your summary better. I might not have the question, but I'll
Really
ask it
fine.
anyway.
There's a lot in there.
So a lot of us have seen, and I think also heard from other parents, that don't read too much into the A my student might have, or the student might say, don't read too much into the A I have, because I actually don't, frankly, feel as confident as I have in years past by the A, right? Maybe it's a teacher trying to account for a very challenging year. Maybe it's the student just realizing that they don't feel confident. If we are mainly looking at potential attendance based on low grades, I wonder, like, are we underestimating the level of interest? So that's one question. And do we have something for the kid or the parent who thinks they just see a gap in their kids' maybe confidence versus like personal expectation? And then there's the other piece, which is there's a lot of kids with what I would describe as unmet social needs. And if we can provide, I think, a safe and structured place, especially for kids who can't drive, versus maybe high school, they can get together. That might be really valuable. Because the one thing I've heard is there's a fair number of kids in the middle school or 9th grade time when they had thought they would make a lot of new friends going to a new school, and they never felt that they did. So it's not even like they have a ready social network. So for a lot of those children, what's missing is that sense of bonding that they might have made. Do we have anything that we think?
Yeah.
Can you describe it?
Yeah, I haven't talked it yet at all about social emotional. So there's a whole, So let me answer your first question first because it aligns to the academic piece, and then I'll take on the social emotional portion next. So, so with respect to that, I absolutely agree. I think we heard Eva Executive or Deputy Superintendent Collins referred to that earlier today as well. And certainly that's a concern. So I would say at this moment in time, we also know though for sure we have a group of kids who are failing based on attendance or what have you. And given that we have this kind of layers of mitigation, right now our summer program is focused on the students who are most acutely at need for academics, based upon the data that we do have. That's not to say we won't have other layers of programming to support identifying what are the other areas for learning may be, right? So if the student who may have an A, but I think we heard it as a sympathy A maybe, or a sympathy grade earlier, how do we address that, right? Through the professional development that we're doing with our teachers, through those screenings that we're doing at the end of this year and the beginning of next year, et cetera, right? So I think there's various levels that we're seeing that students have needs. Some of those are students are participating and maybe they're getting a grade that doesn't maybe represent what an A would have represented in the past. And yet there's been more learning for that group of students than there has been for the students who are right now representing with an F, right? So I think in the layered approach in terms of what was prioritized through ESSER funds, et cetera, we really are in our summer program looking at those students who are most impacted right now for academics in that area. But to speak to social emotional, we are doing a really broad social emotional pieces. So, so currently, just to kind of speak to this, so we have two pieces. I think we talked, or you might have heard Director Bowen talk before about kind of social emotional, like the student well-being and having two components. Your social emotional learning, which is kind of like your daily vitamin. And I think that's the part we hear a lot of families talking about is missing right now. Like by coming to school, maybe you don't need that prescription. You don't need to go see the counselor because you're getting your dose of daily vitamin by social emotional learning. And so to that end, really looking to provide really broad activities and offerings for students with respect to social emotional activities. We currently have a survey open right now where we're asking our students how they would like to engage in some of those things this summer. So some of those could be academic in nature. If you have a shared interest, right, that could be something where we have kids are talking about something they have a shared interest in. It could be something like we don't typically do, and like knitting, right? So things like that, so where kids have shared interests. So we're collecting that information. We do have about 2,200 responses in the first day. And about 2/3 of the students had said that they would be interested in participating in activities organized through the school district. So what we've done on that regard, in addition to social emotional being obviously integrated into what we're doing academically, is we've worked with a couple of our community partners already so far, Boys and Girls Club and Jubilee Reach, who are happy to be providing some activities. They were just like, but what do kids want, right? So again, we'll offer this to our own educators to see if they would like to be facilitating groups on, it doesn't have to be my area of expertise. Maybe I'm really good at knitting or doing yoga or something like that. We can certainly do that in structured and safe ways. So once we're collecting this, our next step is to survey our educators as well as network with our community partners and kind of run a schedule of enrichment types of opportunities. So that's kind of your daily vitamin component. We also have a prescription component, which would be our mental health. So we will have mental health elementary counseling available, which you'll hear kind of more about what that model looks like that was effective this year that will continue on at our next meeting, as well as having members from our mental health assistance team and our community partner YES will have their behavioral health specialists with us this summer, as well as we'll begin our school anxiety and school refusal, which I think you saw in one of the other presentations as well, intervention through EBTC. So we don't want to wait for the students who are having severe anxiety and school refusal right now, but starting that intervention this summer. So that's kind of the prescription dose, tier 2 and tier 3 interventions. So kind of a combination of that daily vitamin, lots of things for kids to sign up for, and then prescriptions for kids who kind of need an extra boost.
Thank you. Any further questions? Director Chu?
I don't have a ton of direct questions right now, but like we got this report this afternoon, and so I'm still trying to consume it, and I'm not sure, like, if I don't ask questions or give input tonight, are we too late, or is there time to get?
No, there's certainly time.
Okay, and the biggest question, I tried to get through it really quickly, but not in any depth. Is there a segment on what we're doing to support our teachers through the summer and make sure that they're prepared for fall?
So that's not included in this report. This report was really about the student aspects of summer programming and what's going to be offered for them. We can certainly talk, I can certainly work on something for your Friday update that would give you more information about what we're doing with staff for like staff resilience and things like that. But
that would be really helpful. Thank you so much.
There's just one more thing. We're offering preschool this year in summer school. So I thought that was it's new this year that we can offer it. We will offer 80 spaces, which is about 50% of what we have of our ECAP usual enrollment. We usually do about 100 and we usually have about 170 spots in ECAP, and we're able to offer 80 ECAP spots for kind of a jumpstart preschool this summer. So that's a good one. That's I think a really good win for us, and be able to start those kids on kindergarten readiness based on the TS goal assessment.
So that includes kids that are going to kindergarten in September.
Mm-hmm.
So if they missed out on formal activities, we're going to take
Absolutely.
care of them. And are we doing anything comparable for those kids who were in kindergarten this year who haven't had full readiness yet? Or
so we're not. So we have several schools that are right now offering a jumpstart program. So we're targeting again the schools that we're looking for our universal preschool, right? Like making sure that those students have the access, and that's kind of who the ECAP program will serve to some degree based on the ECAP eligibility requirements. But we have received several instances where schools will be running a jumpstart for their students, so that we can provide that with more diversity across the district.
Okay, anything else?
I'm wondering how, I'm just trying to match up the different boxes on the grid here, and there's something about how they're going to use progress monitoring and student achievement in ALEX and Apex Learning, and then we see that Apex Learning has social studies, but then we see that some of the courses offered are going to be world history and US history, and I'm sure the same in the other subjects. So how does that work? Is there?
Yeah, so two things. So Alex, right, is our math focus. So we have two areas of focus at the secondary, Alex being the math focus. It helps us to identify if students have mastered all the standards that they need for progression to the next level. So we can do targeted, tailored acceleration, right? Identifying which standards students have not yet mastered and working on those particular standards rather than teaching the breadth of an entire course again. But with respect to students who have failed and are looking for credit recovery, we use the ALEX the Apex modules because they offer a broader, there's not a comparable tool to ALEX for, let's say, social studies. So for a student who, for those courses that you mentioned, we would offer the Apex course for that. We would again take the pre-assessment with the student, identify standards that the student has not yet understood, and then work on those standards and emphasize those standards with the students in that Apex course so that they can recover that credit that they have not yet gotten.
Okay, I think there's more detail to that.
Okay.
But I'll believe you.
Okay. I'm happy to answer more questions. So if you wanted to send those to me, Director Watson, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, anyone else? All right, well, thank you. I think there's a lot of work here, and there's certainly a lot of supports that our students need. So it looks like they're well thought through on the academics and the social emotional piece. I think my main question is whether there's just enough spots. And so I know there's a lot of students identified, but then they're going to be rank ordered. And so I didn't get a sense of, does that mean we think we're only going to be able to serve half, understanding that some may choose not to participate. And so I don't know if you have an answer yet now, but I think that's the big question that I.
Yeah, it does vary some by level and program. So for example, like for credit recovery, because those students are closest to graduation, we have prioritized being able to meet all of those needs. So right now our plan is to be, right now we don't expect that there's going to be any unmet need in that area unless there's a student who potentially has more credits to make up than they have time in the summer, if that makes sense, right? So the summer is a limited intervention time frame. So that is our priority. And then kind of backing down from that too, in terms of our capacity to serve, I think, the challenges are resource, right? Both financial resource, but also time and people. While we can focus on both using our own educators and tutoring and different partners, it goes so far. So we are trying to prioritize those students who are closest to graduation, get them the information that they need to be successful in the next courses, then targeting kind of the students that are furthest away, meeting those standards that they need to be able to move forward in the next grade level. So there is a rank order process to it. And yeah, it's a question I have too, whether or not we'll be able to meet all the needs, but I'm working really closely with Melissa and Eva as we're identifying the needs to say, hey, do we have some more capacity to add this or add that? So, and they've been very amenable to trying to make sure that we're setting our kids up as much as possible for success in the fall.
Okay, thanks. And do you need anything then from the board in terms of direction or saying, yes, this is an important area that we believe resources should be spent? So if there needs to be an additional spend or something with the budget, is that something that you would need from us?
Yeah, if you read through the plan and you have feedback about what you think in there would be best to emphasize, I would be very open to hearing that. Absolutely.
So directors, do you have anything there? Because I would say that would be, I think this is an important area. It's why part of why we're receiving the ESSER funds, and I believe that they should be spent, like having the dollars spent and the resources allocated now have potentially a greater impact than waiting a year down the road to then try to recover further.
So I like the emphasis on trying to identify those kids who just aren't even ready to start the next level. I think that makes sense. That's different than the kids who have small gaps here and there. So really getting clear on that. I'm not sure if we've done that in all areas. So that would be interesting to me, like, and what students have we put at the most risk and how do we mitigate that? For me, summer, like by the time fall starts, we want to make sure that all our students in the district have somehow been able to come to some, are ready to and adjusted and aren't going to take a month and a half of adjustment time to engage productively in schooling. We don't want to spend September and October engaging. We don't like learning how to re-engage. We don't want to spend September and October doing hordes and hordes of testing to understand gaps and setting up remediations. And we don't want to spend September and October just solely getting our kids readjusted emotionally and socially and mental health wise to the general processes and routines. So anything we can do from now through the end of this school year and over the summer to make sure that students are adjusted to routines, social emotionally stable enough so that the summer can be a productive and emotionally freeing and enriching experience for them instead of the continuation of isolation, and making sure that they're ready to engage productively in whatever next level course they're supposed to be in. That would be how I would do it. And the other thing that doesn't come across in this report for me on a quick read is how our partners, we have an awful lot of community partners, and it's unclear to me how they tie into this, how they complement it, how we, for kids that we can't, we've run out of spots, how do we decide who gets what resources, and how can our partners be most effective with us? So I'd love to know how we are most effectively planning actively to leverage our partners in the ways that maximize stuff for our kids.
Okay, anything else?
No, I'm just going to, I think my question, I think that I was trying to figure out how the standards align and everything, and I guess what I'm concluding is that you've done this before when we weren't in a pandemic. So you know what the standards are in those 4 core areas and how you can weave in your online tools with your what needs to be taught in person tools. And okay, because that's where I was getting bogged down, and it just seemed like, how is this going to work? I think I'm just going to rely on the fact that you've done it before.
I think for me, I keep coming back to, I don't think students are going to come in stampedes for summer math and literacy. So if a student says, I need help, I may have an A, I may have a B, but I don't feel confident, I don't think you're going to have like thousands of kids lining up. So I start with the assumption that this year was a hard one for everyone to know how they were doing. And many of our teachers feel very confident that their students are doing well, but they're only getting to see them in person now. So I guess it feels like an unusual, but it's a worthwhile thing to ask, do you student have a B, but you feel that you need math support? We are happy to help you. Because if we're trying to reach your potential, then if you feel you need the help and you're raising your hand for it, I'd like us to count that kid so that they can do the next level. So I guess what I'm saying is I completely understand why we would look at metrics like D's and F's and say, well, certainly those are the students who we should invite to come in. But I guess I also would like to know, why not say it's not only invitation only unless it's a social emotional desire that, that is for everyone. Why not open the door for a student or a student who feels that? Now, obviously we're going to have an edge case where the kid feels completely confident, but their parent doesn't. And maybe they're using the summer for an acceleration program, this is not intended for, but it feels like when in doubt, we should optimize maybe for using that opportunity, because if they don't feel confident, if there's something holding them back, it's going to show up in September. So I guess I think, well, that's more pressure for the teacher who gets that kid later. So
Okay.
that's what I would ask you to consider. And you might come back and say, look, that's just not possible. It's not scalable. We don't have a way to do it. But I'd like you to at least consider that.
Is there anything else? All right, so
That's starting with how many kids could we possibly serve and then filling all the slots.
well, it sounds like you're going to be looking at the capacity issue. And then I guess perhaps, yes, that's for some students, maybe just having the summer off will be part of the greatest recovery of all. So we acknowledge that. And then I think what's not in here, but may address what some students and some families would like is, we've traditionally had those, I want to say paper packets. They're available actually online, those links, especially for math, but they're not always prominently posted, or they're advertised to the students, but not to the families. And the families find out on, August 31st that, oh, there was that Algebra 2 packet you could have done. So perhaps just, being more buttoned up on having those available, readily accessible, And if there are other subjects that are amenable or other resources that students could be and families could be pointed to, that would be helpful. So I think that would round out the offerings, even if it's not summer school per se. Yeah. Okay, so we are at our time that we had allocated here. We still have not gotten to the actual goal 2 report. Directors, what would you like? And then I also want to ask Deputy Superintendent Collins, what would be the most useful or impactful or needs to be addressed now? So just so you know, in the next meeting, we will be looking at reports on student well-being. We will be looking at the report on 3rd quarter grades, and we'll be looking at some school plans, and then as well as that OSPI recovery plan. So some things that are related to goal 2 as well during that time. And so I'm going to actually ask you, Deputy Superintendent Collins, what would be most important that we cover tonight?
Okay. The purpose of this report is to give you an update on the annual plan goals, goal 2 in our strategic plan, and the priorities that we've identified for academic success in the annual plan. And we prepared the written report in that new style that we've been trying out. And there were some questions that were raised at the end of last meeting, and the instructional team answered those questions in writing to the best that we could while being succinct. But then when gotten some feedback from the board that, can you just tell the story? Tell us the story about like where have we been, where are we now, and where are we going in terms of academic success. That's why I put together this PowerPoint that you just received, because it's really a story. Like just giving it to you in a PowerPoint, it's not intended to be a report. But that would take time to tell that story. I think it's a good story, but it would take time to tell, and I don't think it makes sense for me to try to speed talk through it. And so I'm fine with us, it's actually fine if I tell this story as part of the annual plan summary. When it's the same story, it's more of a forward-looking, where have we been and where are we now? But it's also where are we going to take this? What have we learned from where we've been and where we are now and where are we going? So, maybe if I'm fine with, if you want to put it off, it's totally fine. I just didn't want you to look at this PowerPoint and think that this was a report the report came in the Word doc. This was more of answering the story question.
So I think the main question then would be, is there something that is important with regards to this that you would need board input on going forward?
Your mic just went.
Oh, no, that it would be important to have kind of in the immediate, i.e. next couple of weeks, input from the board, or is it, this is the area where we are now, and it is worth a discussion because obviously it's one of our main areas in terms of kind of vision for, say, the fall, rather than something that needs to be addressed now in the spring.
Yeah, how about if I just could take less than 5 minutes and just sort of summarize where we're headed based on this data and the approaches that we've tried and that we've learned from, and that we have some sort of proof of concept, and just sort of try to really compartmentalize that, because it really relates to the plan that you're going to be approving next, or asked to approve at the next meeting. So how about if I try to do that very quickly? Then we won't have time to discuss it, but that's okay, because it'll sort of frame coming attractions.
So I think that's reasonable. So if directors are okay with not asking further questions at this point, and I think the staff did spend a lot of time answering a lot of the questions that we raised previously, I think that would be good, so that we just have the context, and it is a great story, so we're going to miss out on that, but we'll figure out how to arrange time. And so directors, we might add in kind of like a study session sometime coming up. just to make sure we've protected that time and really had time to focus on this area. Yeah, Dr.
Actually, I'll just raise the point that we haven't had a time to discuss, so this might be a relevant point to just bring it up. We have a board workshop scheduled, but we are in the midst of like trying to plan for next year. We're trying to meet with a whole bunch of community groups and staff groups. And so I would just like to propose that workshop, that board development workshop, it be postponed potentially to the July timeframe, when we have the bandwidth to really focus on the board growth. And then if we needed to, the reason I bring it up here is potentially that time, if we aren't using it for one of the forums, could be used for some of this planning work if we needed it.
So I see some head nods, and that was where I was going with it. I was going to discuss it with Director Watson, and potentially we would do that. But I see some head nods in agreement with that. So we will figure that out. So why don't we get the 5-minute overview, no questions, but just so that everyone has that framed in their mind of where we're going. There's been a lot of thought and effort put into this, and recognizing that we're the challenges that we've had, but that there is real thought and in the direction where we're going.
Okay, so this is going to seem maybe obvious or oversimplified, but when we think about academic success and where we've been and where we want to go, high quality curriculum, which includes our quality assessments, supplements, and experiences for kids. So thinking of, that obviously is critical, and high quality instruction. Our teachers are have the #1 impact on student learning. We know that. And high quality instructional leadership, our principals. That's the #2 highest impact on student outcomes. And so our approach has been all of those things, and looking at, we've talked many, many times about multi-tiered system of support. That's the system and the framework for students to provide, like, what assessments are we using? How do we know what students know and can do? And then what do we do with that information? And how do we support those who either aren't there yet or who have already exceeded it? So that's a multi-tiered system of support. We've been working with partners on putting that framework into place for a number of years in Bellevue, and working on high quality instruction through our work with Achievement Network on standards and assessment and how we use those in the classroom. And last year we started working with the Center for Educational Leadership on how we grow our executive directors to grow the principals in order to lead for these changes in the school. And we've had tremendous success with this sort of trifecta approach. Finally, and we feel really good about that, and we want to continue that work. And basically, it is working on cycles of improvement, but cycles of improvement aren't just about like an MTSS approach. It's also working on the principal and their cycle of improvement. What is their practice that they need to perfect in order to get better results for students, to change the instructional practice to get better results for students? That has been, if I'm to sum it up, that has been our approach that is the winning approach. We're continuing with that. We really made significant progress on that. And I was doing a presentation in San Diego, literally on the way home is when the pandemic hit. This was in mid-February. And so we have paused that work, but we will be picking that back up. And I feel that we have a lot of the foundational pieces in place. And we can put that together. And the efforts that we made and the success that we made, where we were practicing with a focus principal, a focus school, focus, working on all these pieces, has sustained. Those results have sustained and grown. And so I would love to tell you that story more, but that is it in a nutshell. And it's not, an overly sexy or innovative approach. It is the work. It is the work, just improving instruction and instructional leadership and our high quality curriculum and experiences for kids to get different results for students.
Great, thank you. So with that, we are pretty much at time. So I'm just going to motion that I'm going to move that we extend our time for 20 minutes so that we can encompass the rest of what we have here. Is there a second?
A second.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. All right, so we are going to continue for another 20 minutes. So that brings us to board business. We've already indicated no liaison, well, there are liaison reports here that are submitted in writing, so you can take a look at that. I indicated some of the things that are agenda planning, and we talked about potentially having our workshop that's scheduled be more focused on a study session around goal 2. Is there any new business?
I have something just, so it's stating, I think, what we heard tonight. I guess asking Deputy Superintendent Collins just a question, because I know I've articulated before, and I know that I emailed actually Mr. Harrison on this too, just how can we communicate better in ways that really land with our community. So there's a group of people who do listen to our board meetings, and maybe they send out messages to the world about what they heard. I think that's a narrow group of people. There are people who read emails and then follow the links within the emails. There's a group of people who look at the text and follow up. But many people go to our site when they want to have what I will call the latest information. So we've asked, I know I have asked several times, and I heard Dr. Duran, very clearly multiple times say, we are coming back in person in the fall. It's our intent to come back full time. Nobody's necessarily hearing that district-wide. And to the extent that they need confirmation, what I'd like to suggest is that we be clear. So right now, if I click on back to buildings plan and I follow it, to the point of the parent made tonight, you have to really work to find the information. And even if you go to this week's message, sorry, somebody's texting me, probably from the community. If you go and you look, it really doesn't talk about, it doesn't say in clear terms, we are back. For parents wondering if we should go to a private school, no, we will be here full time. It would be really good if we could make it that clear when someone navigates to our site. If you have a forward-looking tab, which we currently have, looking ahead to 21-22, we have graduation, summer programs, preschool registration. I'm just wondering if we wouldn't want to have a tab or a statement that's crystal clear.
I think, Seema, they tried to do that, and I think it's actually less clear. I think it actually introduces more confusion. It says this, as plans are finalized for full-time in-person and virtual learning across grade level program in school, that does not make a convincing, clear statement that we are going back full-time in the fall. That makes it uncertain.
Agreed. And so I think, so what I'd like to ask is this. So that's the context. I think we heard the need. What I'd like to ask is it helpful? And so I don't mean this in a pejorative way. I mean it in the optimal way. We could pass a board resolution, and then that would make it very clear what we want. If that's helpful, I'm happy to make that motion. If that's not what the blocker is, then let's talk about what it is, because I do think that we share a goal of trying to make sure that the community understands what we want. In an ideal world, you would either fix the sentence that Dr. Chu pointed out, or even better, you'd have a tab that would just say fall, and then it would make it crystal clear. Because I would hate to lose any family to another district or private school or another state because they thought we were really scratching our heads about what the fall should look like.
Do you think it would be helpful? Number one, yes, we can put something out there that's more definitive, because I'm reading it, and this is one of the outcomes of we write something and externally it's read and it's brought to our attention and we never read it that way. Do you know what I mean? Like it's brought to your attention that this is how I read that. That isn't clear. That's vague. There's no reason why we can't say we are coming back in the fall and click here for more information. And I wonder if it would be helpful to have sort of those bullet points that I stated at the beginning, which was And what we're planning for is if we have to have 3-foot distancing, or if we have to have, like, we'll have these backup plans as well. And in order to ensure that we're ready to go with that, that's why we're looking at our class sizes, for example, to make sure that they're conducive to us just being able to do that, not having to pivot or something, in the
Precisely.
fall.
I mean, it could be what we know, what we don't know. So,
Yes.
so there
Yeah.
are knowns and
Yeah.
there are unknowns. The
Right.
unknowns are based on variables
Yes.
that we all understand watching the news. There are things that are variables outside of our
Right.
control, and those will impact the size of the classes, et cetera. But I think the key things on which we are all positive should be shared. And if I even look at your summer programs tab, since I have a graduating senior, we're not going to be joining the summer program. But if I did, I would look and say, more information will be coming soon. Well, soon is a relative word. So I'd like to know when. So if I was going to calendar it, I would say, oh, well, I sure don't want to be the parent who misses the date. So if I knew we'll be coming not later than May 31st or whatever the date was, then I would put it on my calendar, make sure I didn't miss it. So something like that, I think, can be really helpful to a family. And I'm thinking you guys are all there already. You probably have it on your own calendar, but what we need is to land that with the community.
Coming soon is always so vague. If we could even just say, you can expect the next update every Friday or something like that,
Exactly.
until,
Or even enter your cell phone number here to receive a text when there's new information available. Like anything that we can do, we need to think differently about how our pages and how our information distribution works. It's not about us telling a story. It's about us allowing people to access the information they need so that they can take the actions they need to support their students. And our story should come through in those user-focused, like student and family-focused communications and actions.
So it sounds like there's willingness to try to make it clear at this point, not necessarily to have a board resolution. Board members, are you interested in doing that for the next meeting? Okay, so at this juncture.
We can consider it, but I don't think, if there's not a break, like if there's not a lack of alignment, then I think the only thing is to ensure that what's been said, because I think Dr. Durant said it very clearly, unequivocally, in more than one board meeting. I think the issue is just getting that, like this looks like it was written by a lawyer. I mean, it's like, and that's not what people need. They need that, like, there's no kind of daylight.
So we'll work on, so it's been 6 weeks. Let's get that there. Any other new business?
Follow up on that one.
Okay, so with that brings them to item 12 on the agenda, which is our executive session. And the purpose of this executive session is to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant or for public employment, or to review the performance of a public employee. However, any discussion of salaries, wages, and other conditions of employment to be generally applied within the agency shall occur in a meeting open to the public, and when a governing body elects to take final action of hiring, setting the salary of an individual employee or class of employees, or discharging or disciplining an employee, that action will be taken in a meeting open to the public. We're going to focus on that area. And we anticipate that will last for 15 minutes. We have to go to another room, so I will check back in here, but it may not be exactly at 15 minutes, given the little commute time. But we don't anticipate taking any further action after this. So we are now in executive session.
The board will be in executive session for approximately an additional 20 minutes. It is 8:39. The board requires an additional 10 minutes.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Okay, so we are going to, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to move to recess until a time certain. That time certain will be on Friday at 1 p.m. That would be Friday, May 7th. Do I have a second?
I'll second. This is Erica.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. We are in recess.